Surprisingly, we're live. Ay. What a day it has been. What a day it has been. I will be blinking a lot, like a weirdo. Why am I dropping frames due to network? What's going on there? That's weird. It's not great. It's a little bit weird. And encoding lag. Man, today is not off to a good start, I tell ya. I tell ya what. Let me do a thing here. Alright. Okay. Let me turn on and off a few things real quick, because that has helped in the past. While we're loading the game anyway. Boy, it's not looking good today. It's not looking good, and I don't quite know why. Technically, I mean. Like, technically. We're just not looking great. And my eyes are dead. Good evening, Mita. So glad you could join me tonight. I would say us, but there's no us yet. It's you and I. It's just the two of us. Basically. Alright, we got music, we got the sound, we got the talking, we got the chat, we got the setup. Now I just hope that my system kinda stops falling apart here in the background. Let me try and kill a few more things that might be sapping away at my performance, honestly. More things running than I would care to admit. That reminds you of a song, unfortunately. Why would that be unfortunate that it reminds you of a song? Is that not a positive thing? Is music not good in the world of the regular folks? Of the people who are actual proper people? And not just I? Alrighty, we are back with some CK3. I just don't like that song. Yeah, I can relate. So we started, we had our big coup, our big hit in Kultiras, who we took on pretty strongly. It has been a few days since we did this, so let's see. We are invited to this hunt. Shall we go? No, we will not arrive in time, so we shan't go. We shan't even consider it. Let me check real quick. Admiral Thoras. No. So we're not great on our military end. We don't have a lot of money to spend, which almost rhymes. And, well, that worries me. All of it worries me a little bit. I think some more Magi might be good, but also these. We are building up some of them, but I don't want to build up more of them. We're still looking to basically, at the moment, we want to make the Kingdom of Plunder Isle into the Empire of Kultiras here. So we own 19 of the things that we need to own, which is pretty much half of what we need to own. So we'll have to push a little bit further. I really love the music choice because this is because we're a clan government. And clan government in CK3 is in the Middle East. It's Muslim rulers. So we get the amazing Middle Eastern music here. Oh, we might take this from Stormguard. We might just go take that from Stormguard. Duchy of Tolbarad. Which is a battleground area. Except we can't afford it because we have very, very little in terms of prestige. But getting more prestige is also kind of out of reach for us. Because of money. Let's see. If I'm actually correct there. We want to slay the beast. Don't need to invite guests. Nah, that doesn't work. That also reminds you of a song. It wasn't a film and no joke took me over a decade to track down. That's some dedication. I don't think I can do any good moves at the moment because I'm kind of prestige bound. What is this? Gnomaragan has something there. The High Tinker ship of Gnomaragan. You have something there? Conquer County. What is that? High Tinker Plugger's Realm. Which of these is that? There it was. Grand City of Zuldair. Oh yeah. No. That's not Gnomaragan alone. That's all of these. Silly alliance. Yo, good evening, Yalp. How you doing? How was your stream? Hey, Imperor. Good evening, Ahsoka. Can I have an overview of the world map? Oh, yeah, sure. Sure. We got... I mean, this is not accurate to the time frame. Pandaria wasn't discovered then. This has slowly started to come in with Northrend. But Pandaria definitely not. Zandala and all that really also not. So, yeah. All this here. Broken Shore. Definitely not. Yeah, it's all the extra bits included. But I mean, technically they were all there. Just because in story mode we didn't see or find them, right? That's kind of, you know, who cares? Who cares? How's everyone doing tonight? How is everyone holding up? Still looking to fight Booty Bay a little bit. I don't really want to... It's just we need more prestige. If it is Warcraft 3, it's pre-Kalimdor even. It is, actually. So the Horde has been defeated already. By Stormman and everything. The only thing that has happened in Kalimdor so far is the foundation of Theramore. So there's no Orgrimmar here. Durotar is still being ruled by... I don't even know what the heck that is. Rock to Sky... I mean, they're Night Elves. Some bastardized version of them. So yeah, it's all still pretty wild out here. There's... The portal has been broken. And thus the remnants of the Horde are just a little bit scattered here. We are, I think, the largest remnant of the Horde. Everything else has been destroyed, pretty much. So, I mean, the Frostwolves have this one thing, which we might take from them. Kel'Thalas took this. Right, there's plenty of lore after all. Just not in any games, really. I mean, World of Warcraft does a fairly okay job of throwing lore at you. But yes, pretty much. So these were really dangerous and strong. They are still really dangerous and strong. How do I have 2 allies? Ah, cute. Very cute. I'm trying to find somewhere to go where it makes sense. Ooh, yeah. We should probably just fight our friends. They just cost us piety to invade. The Duchy of Zul'Gurub, huh? That looks good. Hey! I finally set up a lurk command for you. Enjoy your food. Thank you for looking out. And we are gonna go, I think, invade the Duchy of Zul'Gurub. I think it's our most acceptable chance of improving our lot here. Growing a little bit. So, let's go. Grow the Ogre Realm. And let's hope we don't get bashed in the head by something else before we finish up with our little goal here. So we're gonna go straight for this, and then we're gonna go straight for that. Fun fact! Let's do this, boys! Ahsoka is hyped. So is this an 8-hour plus stream? No, it is not. Monday will be our 8-hour plus charity stream, where we'll be collecting some money. I've posted the information on Discord, on Mastodon. I've even taken up Meat Source's recommendation of talking to a few people. Well, it is literally a few people. But no. No 8-hour stream today. I'm fairly tired. You're gonna see me blink like a crazy person because somehow my eyes are a little bit shot. We lost what? The son, the betrothed of my daughter Vaxa has passed away. Oh no, that means I need to find a new one. Are there any outside alliances at all? I mean, this is an outside alliance. What are you? Are you undead? I think this guy might be undead. But we want matrilineal only. Are you undead? No, he's a human. Okay, let's get a whole alliance there, up there, in Brill. Way to go, you're proud of me? Thank you, Meatsos. Yeah. I'm not gonna say I only told my best friend. So what is our stuff? Our stuff is all things. We just don't have it just quite yet. Yes, please, bring in the chieftain. Thank you for gifting me the gift of... Wait, are we organizing army? Yes, we are. We just got an expensive army, that's all. We're gonna make an empire. I mean, we're looking to. We're looking to. This is not good for us. Why is this as it is? It's not because we're missing church income. He loves us. Oh, look, our little strong night elf daughter is growing up here. War score. I understand. Thank you. Thank you for telling me all about war score. Let's go beat our brethren over the head. Yes, we have the Plunder Isles. She's too sinful. I don't care. She's our beautiful baby daughter. Just because she's compassionate and content doesn't make her any less of our beautiful, beautiful daughter. She is, after all, of this world. She does not know the requirements that life has for us. Where are you going? Are you wanting to fight in the hills? Because that would be great, because those hills are mine. I get the defensive bonus. You don't. Look at the orcs. Yeah, strict coastal quarantine. Let's go. We always go for that. Doesn't look good for them. But we are bleeding money hard on wars. That is very bad for us. Can I go straight here? Yes, I can. So I shall. Maybe that's also where they're gonna flee to. I think that's the biggest land grab that is in the cards for us at the moment. Are we feudal? No, we are a clan government. So we are no longer tribal, but we're not yet feudal. We can't be feudal, we can only be clan. Which isn't too bad, honestly. Could have worse options going on. Our acquaintance died. Oh well. Enter seclusion. Wait. There's nothing near. It's just eating a little bit on this. I don't care. I'm not gonna enter seclusion. Should we start converting lands? I think we had this going actually, but yeah, let's continue. We want corruptic in all of our lands. It's south of me? No. This is where I live. See? This is where we are. And it's right there. Culturally. From bust. We must not spare any expense. Yes, let's rebuild the realm. I love the little image in the background here. That's from... It's not... that's the Eastern Kingdoms or something. The Plague Lands. I remember those cauldrons. I remember them well. Oh no. Zul'Gurub has a very high fort level. That's not good. So this costs us 18 months. We're gonna run out of money before then. That is very bad. Do we have a leader for sieges? Will you be shy? I don't really care. Shy might actually be good for intrigue. No. Let's get you paranoid. It costs me nothing and that's good for intrigue, and you're working on intrigue here, so let's get you paranoid. What is our culture stuff? We are the amazing Gorian culture, and we are working on taming the skies so we can get flying units. Let me check. Do we have a siege commander? There. Let's put him in. Maybe we have a chance of getting this done before we go into debt. I only cut 2 months of it. It's not gonna be enough though. So where do we get money from? Wait a moment. Wait a moment. I remember. Now this is all fine. I remember. This game has... Let's go pet Rookie the third. Let's pet our cat. We can request a loan from the Goblin Bank. So it costs us some piety. It's a simple loan, nothing more. One can only hope that this won't be too complicated of a process, but the goblins aren't exactly known for making matters too easy for folks who want them to throw money out of their pockets. But the machinations that have been carefully planned for the future of these lands certainly deserve some external investment. The future, it can only belong to those who are strong enough to stride boldly towards it. So let's get us some money here. Take a larger loan. I've heard you plea for gold. This can be done. Banker Gixit of the Fortunistic Reserve System. I'll take a loan of 225. Let's see. Pay off the loan. We pay 70? What? We will pay a quarter of the initial debt. What? And 25% on top. What? Let's click this. I want to see if we go into debt now. Because it says we pay 70. We got 100 and something. 200 and something. And that makes no sense. I think some calculation might be broken there. Look at our beautiful dwarven grandson. Ah, it's fantastic. He has some tasks. Okay, let's click this. Oh, it says pay off part of the loan. Alright, okay. It's a quarter of the initial debt and 25% on top. Okay, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So basically we're paying double, more or less. 70, 140, 210, 290. Ah, it's not so bad. Not so bad. 70, 140, 200. It's not so much money that we're losing there. So they're retaking what we've already taken, but I'm not going to abandon this siege for that. Let's see if we can't get us a nice little spouse. He has a beard. Can you see that? He has a beard, I think. I might be... Like, my eyes aren't good for the day, so... Let's make you a little warrior. Our little dwarven warrior. And we can get Ramdis Blackhand. There's a lot of strong ones here. Let's sort this for our male child. Bonimva Wildhammer. Yeah. Sorceress little wild heart dwarf. Doesn't give us anything, but we'll go there. Man, Blizzard has gone crazy with changing universe now. Good evening, Kimosabe, and welcome. So glad you could join us. I mean... Honestly, the WarCraft universe has always been ultra weird. Ultra weird, ultra odd. By the way, both Yelp and Kimosabe are also streamers. So I just need to figure out your names. So go check him out. The Plunder Isles being controlled by orcs makes sense. Nah, orcs aren't actually all that plunderer in this world. Orcs are more conquer and destroy and subjugate. And then later they're like, let's be super good friends with the Alliance. And then hate the Alliance again. And then... Good evening, Wolflad69. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Thanks for asking. Appreciate it. What is our legitimacy? Our legitimacy is not so great. We are kind of below where we need to be. But it's nothing I can invest in right now. I mean, with the first ruler, it always is super low. You're doing well. Just vibing as playing some CK3 earlier. Cool. Can you stop giving me bad advice, please? Thank you. I don't know why I'm suddenly getting all tutorials again. Alright, we just won there. Oh my god. Go away. How's your playthrough going of CK3? What you playing? I don't want to zoom in because the coastline is so loud. Can I just turn off the atmosphere maybe? Ambience, that might... I'm not sure if that really helped all that much. Alright, we hold a lot of stuff that we don't want to hold. Though Zul'Gurub is actually pretty cool. But it's... Earthworks. It has a castle. No, it's fine. We'll grant this too. Let's see. Do we have anyone good that we want this granted to? There's so many ogres. We're just gonna go for Noble of Gorian culture for all these, really. Let's not think about it too much. We don't really actually want those. Do we have anyone who's deserving, though? Nah. It's fine. We'll generate more ogres out of thin air. Betrothed can marry. Let's do it then. Very good. Plunder Isles is growing. It went bad, like really, really bad. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Have you been playing long? I think we need to clean up more on the Horde remnants, because those only cost us piety to go attack, and piety we have, as opposed to everything else. Ooh, new learning trait, very good. Sanctioned loopholes, let's go. They will pray to Sargeras, all of them will. That's our whole point of being here. Lines invalid. Hog gold. What is our guy doing? He's doing that. Fair Arbiter. Chief of Missiles. Clan Vassal Opinion -5. Oh, we're gonna go look closer at what they're doing. We gain Fair Arbiter. Only positives. Very good. Let's repay the loan there. I don't like that. Let's go. They brought us through here, so that's very good. Our Lord and Savior Sargeras, indeed. Securus, the proud Viking, good evening. The drivers in Euro Truck 2, Sim 2 are maniacs, but so you are. Very good. Don't let yourself be bullied by them drivers. What is the Empire title? It's Kultiras. Was Duke of Mercia, had a wife and a few kids, ended up having a secret affair with the Prince Robert, King William's first son. Thing went to hell. He went well. He got me a dog. Robert died. Blackmailed and became out as a sodomite. Then my wife leaves me and loses half my council, and then my dog dies. That is just the saddest tale. That is literally everything going bad. Especially in Sweden, a truck hit me and tipped me off a bridge? I wasn't even aware that's possible in Euro Truck Simulator. That's not at all where I want to go. This is where I want to go. Let's check innovations. What brings us money? Additional building slots, but that means we need money to make money. Public works. Countries. Confederate petition. It's weird. Why would we be able to unlock... oh well. Large soldiers. Okay. Our soldiers are large, so they're better. That is cool. I like that. I've only been playing for 1 month. Hey, that's great. If you got any questions whatsoever at all, I love teaching the game. I love trying to help. I am not the min-maxer, so I'm not super proficient. So I've been watching a lot of YouTube tutorials. Get it. Totally we can relate. Though, honestly, I think Crusader Kings 3 is the most approachable of all the Paradox games. It gives you +1 domain limit, so it's good. Does it? Banners? No. Public Works? No. Ledger? No. Gives us building slots. Here it is. Yeah, domain limit. There we go. Thank you. Well, we're gonna go for that. How much development does your counties have? We only really care for our main county. The rest doesn't really matter. And we're at 10. We're slowly going up. Very slowly. We might want to push that, honestly. He's not doing much in terms of money anyway. Might as well try and move that needle a little bit. We have so many building possibilities, and we're not building nothing. Oh, we don't have money anyway. 16 years. Yeah, it takes 16 years. Development doesn't come from nothing. And he just generated us additional taxes. Such a good lad. Unshakable faith in Sargeras. Always we tell Gul'dan, our Shadow Lord, our unshakable faith in Sargeras is all that we need. This thing here is becoming more and more of a worrying situation here, these troll tribes. We must unite the Horde under our banner. Why does it cost me prestige? Is he not of my religion? What are you? Ancestrism. Pff. No wonder we lost with the orcs abandoning their ways instantaneously. Could try our luck with Medivh. He's not so strong. And he holds something that is a holy land to us. Karazhan. But it's impossible. We don't have the prestige. Where are more orcs to take? Finally. Holy War. But that means... well, we'll just Holy War the little county there. What religion are they? I have 1,000,001 questions, so apologize in advance. I know there is a CK3 Biki, but low-key would have a base game manual in physical format. And that's fine. Hey, you can also go check out my YouTube. I do have a few playlists where I just play the game and I explain everything that I'm doing while I'm doing it, why I'm making the choices I'm making. So I'm not explaining every little bit and piece right there, but rather I'm talking you through my thought process and explain why I'm making choices based on long-term implications. And most importantly, I think, I'm telling you fairly explicitly what you don't really even need to care about most of the time, you know? We need Warmonger. Maybe. Let me check the religion here first. So we are Corruptic and they are Hakari. So I can Holy War there for no until the sun stops shining. Thank you, Wolflord, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Yeah, that would be ideal, not gonna lie. You can also join our Discord, and if you have any questions there in the dedicated Crusader Kings Street channel, always happy to help out there. Exclamation mark links for everything you need to know. Thank you, Ahsoka. Holy War for County. That's exactly what we're looking to do. We're gonna go take those little troll kingdoms here in the north. Gonna go come for them now. They don't know what's gonna hit them. Now the question is, do I really need to raise all of them? Possibly. Praise Sageras. He appreciates our letter. Cho'Gall always does. He knows what's good for him. So he goes and appreciates all of our letters. Rookie the Third. Charmed vassal. Rookie has charmed one of our vassals. There's a YouTube link for you. Thank you, Misos, for supplying that as well. I think you can just do exclamation mark links. I think the YouTube link is in there as well. But again, you're also just happy asking questions on stream, even if I'm not playing Crusader Kings, but I'm super duper happy to give all answers that I possibly can. Because it's such a good game. And more people need to play, and I love it. My counselor, Kugresh, died. Now, we can't have that. We need the chancellorship taken by our steward and vassal. No. By our vassal and champion here. Or they're all our vassals and champions. Let's put him in. He'll do fine. We have a really, really good marshal, but we're still losing oodles of money fighting wars. Like, this is really, really bad for us. Let's make sure we got our siege commander in. Where's our Pandaren? Did we lose him? Oh, look at that. A Night Elf grandson. Where is he? He's gone. I can't see him anymore. Oh, well, that is what it is. He died, you think? What are your thoughts on playing tall, especially for beginners to learn other mechanics that ain't just the martial aspects? Well, I always play tall. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because usually you start off with Confederate petition. So spreading out is very difficult early on to do properly, so you don't destroy your lands in succession. Constantly. There's a lot of chances of that happening and a lot of pitfalls to it. So we need to, you know, make sure that we don't splinter our realm all the damn time. Therefore, to avoid that, you want to find a main county where you have everything that you want to have. And let's just really build that out. So what you want ideally... This is a bad example, I think. But you want a main county that has a lot of baronies. Especially empty baronies. Like 4, 5, 6 baronies. That's ideal. So you can later put more and more castle holdings in there that you directly control. Because no matter what you lose in succession, you will never ever lose your main county. And the more baronies you can have in the county, the better it is. So that's the strong point. Definitely do that. And there's another reason why you want that. Because playing tall means you are also becoming, while not immune, very, 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 very well defended against internal struggles and power. You could make a castle, you over the thing. Calm down, Ahsoka. I'll take care of it. Let me finish my thoughts here. Now hold on. What if I adopted your ways instead? Okay. You want freedom? You shall have it in death. The Gurubashi corrupted populists declare war on us. They are actually not so bad. They have a lot of troops. Let's... This is not gonna go super well. I mean, it's gonna go well for us, but it's not gonna be cheap. It's gonna cost us. Okay. That's good enough of an army. We don't need to raise more. Because the fragments of what they bring, that doesn't matter. We'll destroy them. And now let's take care of the fact that we're over the thing. Where else am I over the thing? What did I inherit? Oh, we got this. I mean, that's fairly close. Should we maybe give up that instead? Could give up this. I will think about it in a moment. Like, this here is a full duchy that we don't yet have. So I think we're just gonna give away Rotten Beach. It probably makes us a little bit weaker, but that's okay. Did I answer your question? I hope I did. If not, please continue asking. Ignore everyone else spamming chat. It's no problem. Reina keeps the trade just. Yo, we don't want you to be just. We want you to be cynical. More paranoia. More better intrigue. Sageras wants you to be angry at the world. Let's get for female child here. Okay, nothing there. Alrighty. So first battle against our little uprising. You're going inheritable. Don't go inheritable. Listen, Ahsoka, I don't know what you I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what that means. I'm very tired today. So if you want to communicate with me, communicate with me clearly. Inheritable traits. You can't do that on lowborns. I can't do that on lowborns? Who was I even trying to get a kid for? I thought it was one of my children. My children are not lowborn. Ah, well. We'll see. Maybe it was Ward. Oh, thanks for the notice there. Why don't you take a break? Every tax buyer assigned. Now. You need to do your job proper. Rookie the Third has died. I kind of want to get his pelt. But we really literally cannot afford it. Goodbye, Rookie the Third. Yeah, it answered it. I mean, I may have given the idea of reuniting Ireland, but first get the Duchy of Munster created and build it up, and then the same for Connacht, Leinster, Ulster, until I can make... Yeah, that might not work early on. Due to... Ooh, we got some legitimacy out of crushing that little revolt. So the problem at what you're looking at is... do you understand how Confederate Petition works? Like, this is the very first and most important thing to learn about Crusader Kings 3.
Meat sauce demands the Emperor shall hydrate.
Thank you, Meat Sauce, and cheers to all of you in chat there. I shall hydrate, and maybe if you got something to drink close by, you go do that. The 11-year-old courtier. Thank you, Ahsoka. Confederate Petition will make it so you're all... Yes, but that's not all. Not gonna lie, I do not understand. Okay, let me walk you through this. Because it's a little bit weird. We're gonna go take a quick look here at duchy titles. Okay. So it doesn't matter where the duchy titles are. This is just basically what we're gonna look at. So this one here is not created. You can tell by the little red border and that it's slightly transparent. This one exists, this one exists, this one exists, all fine. Now, let's say we were a count or a duke. Let's say we're a duke. And we have this first duchy. All fine, all good. But when I'm Confederate Petition, I need to be careful how much of uncreated duchies I take. Of uncreated duchies. Duchy titles that are not yet built on the map. Why? Because in Confederate Petition, a uncreated duchy title that you could create will be created upon inheritance to your kids. So if you're a duke and you think just because I don't have 2 duchy titles yet, I'm safe, my realm will not splinter on succession, you are possibly wrong if you have conquered enough of an uncreated duchy so that you could create it. Because the game will create it for your kids. So, if you're in Confederate Petition, think about the following things. Do you have only one male heir? Then it's fine. Then you don't need to worry. That goes for most petition, for most inheritance types, succession types. Do you have enough land in a duchy title that you could create? That is a problem for you. You need to get rid of that somehow. Or you need to grow quicker and become a king. Only as a king can you have multiple duchy titles, or rather, the created duchy titles will remain in your kingdom as your vassals for your main heir. They will not splinter out. But if you're a count, you cannot be sovereign of a count. If you're a duke, you cannot be sovereign of a duke. If you're a king, you cannot be sovereign of a king. If you're an emperor, you cannot be sovereign of an empire, of an emperor. So basically, this is what you need to look at depending on your own title. If you're a count, you can't have multiple counties because you can't keep them. If you're a duke, you cannot have multiple duchy titles because you cannot keep them. Except in Confederate Petition, where you also, on top of that, have to look at having too much of an uncreated duchy title so it could be created. Was that halfway understandable? Like, repeat it back to me. What do you understand? What did you understand from what I said? Let's hear it. Let's see. Let's do some active listening here. Let's see if I got the point across, because it's a little bit difficult to explain. Point is, your main heir becomes 1 level higher than the other heirs. Still could have succession wars, but at least you don't suddenly split into a bunch of different entities. Pretty much, yes. But that goes for other things, not just Confederate Petition. The thing about Confederate Petition is that it's sneaky. That you need to look at something that you usually would never look at. You usually wouldn't look at, can I take something of something that doesn't exist? And the second you are just in petition, it doesn't matter anymore. No titles will be created. You will only lose what has already been created. So you're fine. Like, petition is still bad. It's not the best succession type in the world, but Confederate Petition is insidious because it relies on information you barely ever look at, especially as a new player. Like, why would you ever look at that? It makes no sense. It is so weird. It takes so much to wrap your head around because something just suddenly exists that didn't exist a second ago. And that is very confusing. Like, you feel like you really accomplished something, and then it's taken away from you because you didn't understand that one rule, which is only 1 sentence in gray, mind you. Like, Taps for can't have succession if you only have 1 county. Is also true. Or if you only have 1 heir. Then it doesn't matter either. But I will show you this. I will show you this. What I mean. We are... oh, dang. I can't show you. We're clan. I can't show you. Sorry. And we don't have it here. If you're clan, that doesn't apply either. If you're clan, it doesn't matter. This is only for feudal, what I just said. The Confederate Petition thing is only for feudal and for tribal. Clan does not have such a type. Even the worst succession type that we can have does not equal Confederate Petition. So, honestly, the most beginner-friendly type of rulership is clan. Which is kind of, you know, it sounds more intimidating, I think, because it's, you know, it's in the Middle East. It's, you know, it's a little bit weird. Rookie second, let's go. You just died in game. We just lost Rookie the third. Our cat. we just lost him. And I didn't have money to make a pelt out of you. To hang in our courtroom. I'm so sorry. Let's see. I think we're going to go push that up because vassals will at least provide at least 5% of levies and 2% of income. We definitely need more of all that. We're kind of poor here. Yes, shed a tear for Rookie Second who kept our realm nice and free of rats. Who are you fighting? Who's this? That's one of our vassals. That's fine. Big F in chat indeed. Alright. I'm really excited for Monday stream, by the way. I have actually physically, I built a thing. I built a prop that we're gonna use on Monday's stream. It's very janky. It's very Mad Max. But it'll work. I hope. Showing the Chief Des. Thank you for bringing me some prestige with this. Our great-grandson. That's fantastic stuff here. Let's see. He's a good ogre, so he will, of course, be a warrior. All of them will be warriors. Also, another thing I wanted to say, because you alluded to it. Every single lifestyle is valid. And a possibility.
Do you see what I see?
Rookie Second gifted a tier 1 court position to Wolflad96.
Rookie Second coming in with a gift sub. Thank you so much for throwing a gift sub toward our newest follower here. Rookie Second having contributed 39 gift subs in this channel. Rookie Second is a lobbyist who spends money without asking for anything. It's incredible. You will never see such generosity ever again in your whole life. Our great-grandson to our regular granddaughter. 90% chance risk of inbreeding. Okay, now, even I know that 90% is not ideal. So let's maybe set the filter. Oh god, I lost him. Ah, I lost him. Hey! The populist uprising. You want to give me 100 gold to be free of prison? Huh. You can have all that. I don't mind. Do we have more good money waiting for us? No. Ah, well, big shame.
Do you see what I see?
Rookie Second coming in with the next gift sub for Kimasabi02. Raising it to 40 gifted subs. Are you crazy? Rookie, are you crazy? I really feel like I need to start a budgeting program. Make sure that before anyone gives us money here, they know how to budget. And they don't give money, they don't give. They can't give. It's crazy. At Rookie Second, you're a superstar and I cannot thank you enough. Likewise. It's incredible. It's incredible. I think if we reach 50% of the donation goal on Monday, Rookie Second will get 2 gift subs from me. As a thank you for all the support. Alright, so I am trying to build up some resources right now.
Do you see what I see?
Ahsoka Tano 12 gifted a tier 1 court position.
And
to
Ahsoka Tano
GG.
coming in with the gift sub for Yelp GG. We are in a hype train situation. Can you imagine this? That's crazy, and I need a specific sound for hype train because that's the same sound for a new follower. Insanity. What is this? I think this is the 3rd hype train we've ever had. Crazy. Please don't feel compelled to add even more money to this. I am humbled. Thank you so much, both of you, for the support. That is incredible. Now let's get back to killing people. Oh, Ahsoka Tano throwing us some bits. Here we go, boys. And Rookie Second, of course, immediately throws in a tier 1 gift sub for Folding Sheep. Congratulations, Folding Sheep. And we reached level 2 of the hype train. Is that? Yes. Level 1 completed. Thank you both so much. I didn't expect anything like that tonight. I was thinking we're gonna make an ogre empire, not a Imperor Empire. Oh boy. That's some hot stuff right there. I just wanted to get to reach level 1. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So it's now a double-decker hype train. I think they add like more, you know, more, what are they called? Sections to the train. Fingrum comes of age. Prince Fingrum of the Plunder Isles. They grow up so fast. Why am I naked though? Why was I naked right there? What's happening? You mentioned lifestyles. You said all were valid. This may be a silly question, but each lifestyle has 3 options, but they all have the same tree. What do each of them mean? Sorry for taking you away from the game. Just curious, wanting to learn. You are doing exactly what I'm here for. Don't worry. Stop apologizing. You may no longer apologize. Let's look at lifestyles for a second and try and answer that question, yeah? So, the lifestyle is split into several sections. First, we have the lifestyle proper. Right now, we are in learning. Then, within the lifestyle, you have the lifestyle focus, which is these 3 options over on the side. And then, you have each of these lifestyle trees. Now, the lifestyle foci, they seem to relate to a single tree. But they are actually completely unrelated. For example, medicine focus seems to go to whole of body. Scholarship seems to go towards scholar. Rookie second coming in with how many gift subs was that? The hell did you just do? How many gift subs was this? That was 5 gift subs? You insane rookie. Thank you so much. And that's level 2 complete on the hype train. And the sub goal reached of 20. Rookie has given 9 tonight, and I think we're at almost 50 overall. My good god. That is... Okay, I'm sorry I need to stop the explanation for a moment. We're gonna get back to that for sure. But thank you so much. Sub goal of 20 was reached. It's incredible. Let me finish that goal there. And Ahsoka Tano throwing in some more bits. Thank you so much, Ahsoka. That's great. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Oh! I need to learn to deal with these moments. I never expect them to come. End goal. Our sub goal has been reached. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And let's start a new goal. Let's say... Okay. I wanna go close to what we have, but not so close that Rookie feels like we're just gonna blast through that goal immediately. Because Rookie, you are for tonight you're not allowed. You're done. I'm cutting you off. You don't get to do more, okay? What am I saying? This whole week you don't get to do more. So we're gonna put the goal at 30 subs. We're just gonna go put the goal at 30 subs. New goal started. Don't you dare give 7 subs. I am going to time you out. I mean it. I mean it. Alright, let's get back to the explanation. So these don't relate necessarily to any. You can combine them any way you want, is what I'm saying. Some might be more meaningful to what you're...
Do you see what I see?
Dude. I warned you. I warned you. I warned you. You get a timeout. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Little rules lawyering there. Fair enough. Thank you so much for the millions of gift subs and the extra hype train. I am a dungeon master. I appreciate a rule lawyering thing. And we got all the things going on. My god. Level 5 hype train. I don't even... But I'm not starting a new goal. No. Rookie. Stop it, please. Seriously now. But you earned a 5-minute snooze for ads. That's what we're gonna do. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. It's... Okay. Alright, let me try and get back here. Let me try and get back. I'm so sorry. This never happens. This is a lot. Even from Rookie. who is arguably an extremely generous person. Oh my. Okay, right. So I need to scroll a little bit and reread the question so I answer it properly. What do each of them mean? Each lifestyle has 3 options, but they all have the same tree. What do each of them mean? So these are the options I think you're talking about. Again, they don't necessarily inform anything. This is more of a flavor, in my opinion, than anything else. So let's say you really want to build your own religion and you really want to, or really want to reform. For that, you're going to need a lot of piety. So you might want to go into theology focus because it's going to give you a +1 piety, which is pretty big. Then again, let's say you want to really push development and you really want to push your research in the culture. Then you go for scholarship focus because +3 learning gives you a huge boost to uncovering new technologies. Let's say you want to... This is what I suggest if you're growing old as a character. Later in life, just switch to learning and pick medicine focus because you get a small health boost. Makes you live a little bit longer. It's like a tiny little optimization thing. We're not Scholar Ahsoka Tano yet. Once we have that, we're going to go switch over to a different tree. This is also something you can do. Now, this mod allows us to live very long. Ogres live like 300 or something years. It's kind of ridiculous. But as a regular person, you might even, in Crusader Kings 3 base vanilla game, reach a point where you fill out all these trees. And then you can later switch into a different martial. Like, you just pick a selection here and you switch over. That's all you need to do. So you can go into multiple trees. The only thing is that your experience gain based on your education trait will not carry over. So we have the 40% here. If we go here, we're just going on the base speed. We do not have yet all the stuff, but nearly. Nearly. Rookie second. 17 gift subs tonight. 17. Great. Emotes are being delivered to supporters. You earned some emotes, apparently. Congrats. Oh, goodness. That makes sense. Thank you. Glad it made sense. And you're totally welcome. Please keep asking. I love explaining this game. Because it's one of the few games where I have such a grasp of all the things going on. Well, nearly all the things. Like, I'm not super good on intrigue. I don't use that much. Like, the hooks and stuff. Like, I don't utilize that enough at all. We gained a rival because this guy languished in our prison. He has escaped. Well, that's not great. That means I need to murder him now. Oh, well. What a shame. Yeah, the good music ramping up again. I wanted to hold court. And there's a court event available. Our daughter and our guest are distrusting of friendship. Anxiety knots my stomach as jealousy rears its ugly head. I sigh and glare at the cause of my misery. In order to be thankful for our guest appears to get along with Nessa. But there's something in how the two interact that worries me. I must put a stop to it. Should encourage their bond. Nah, I'll stay out of it. Their relationship remains the same. Very good. Okay, I can't hold court for a little while longer. A few more days, really. Let's just stay here. In our court. Now we can. Let's go. Let's hold some court. Let's bring in the petitioners. We don't have a floating murloc today in our court. Only some ogre troll mixes and some night elves and everything. It's lovely. So it's a great mix of people that we have here. What do you want? Greetings. During my recent trip, I learned the fascinating tidbits. What do you want? Reveals a secret. I don't care. Nobody extorts me in front of my court. Now. Be gone, rumor mongerer. How dare you? How dare you peddle your paltry rumors in my amazing, lovely court? Free labor. Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. My village was hit by blight this year. We lost not only our crop, but our seed too. We have nothing. We shall starve without your help. No, we will be generously helping. With the money that we made by ransoming foreign rulers. By the way, anyone in chat, if you got any questions about how to play Crusader Kings 3, anything at all, please feel free to ask right now. I will explain it as best I can. Feel free to join our Discord as well. The Crusader Kings chat always is a good place to ask questions and get help from real-life people with real-life experiences in these games. Let's see. Oh yeah, studying the human body is happening. We just got 10 court grandeur, so we can afford to lose the 6. And we will go with our court physician to study the corpses together. Because we are a learned person. How do I get more piety? Lovely, good questions. Keep them coming. Alright, piety. It is, interesting enough, we are getting a lot, but it is fairly hard to get. So, virtues. Having virtues that are considered virtues by your religion gives you +1. You can see that here in our list. Right there, these are virtues. Religious relations is also helpful. This is something that your counselor will do if you don't set him to convert stuff. Then he will improve religious relations, giving you a flat bonus. The theology focus, that is in our lifestyle tree that I showed you earlier. That's one of the 3 options you asked about. Gives us a +1 flat. We have a letter from the Shadow Lord Gul'dan, which is a artifact. I'm not quite sure if you have access to artifacts without DLC. You might not. We have the learning focus, which grants us a good amount. We have from our doctrine, so our culture, gives us a little bit of piety. Then we have some percentages that add us here because we are a prophet, defender of the faith, and theologian, all from our lifestyle trees. So these are really how you usually would go. Use your court chaplain to do this. Pick the learning lifestyle tree if you need piety a lot. For example, because you want to reform or found your own religion. Artifacts and activities. You can also go on a pilgrimage, which will give you piety in exchange for gold, basically. If I were to get CK3 with which DLC are worth getting, considering how Paradox DLC can be very hit or miss? Haha, great question. My flat answer is do not get any DLC unless they're on sale. Period. Do not buy DLC full price. Don't do it. Unless like you're a content creator and you really need to be there the second they come out with a video or something. Don't do it. I think Royal Court, tours and tournaments. Those 2 are pretty universally decent, I think. Royal Court gives you access to your little courtroom where you can hang your little artifacts, which I think is kind of lovely. It could have more customization for my liking. It's a little bit too little. But it's nice to see the things that you get. It's nice to see your court actually standing around. It's nice to hold court, you know. I think that's fun. Tours and tournaments adds a lot of flavor and some excitement to the whole travel thing. So that, I think, is pretty worthwhile. Apart from that, the newer DLC, yeah, I wasn't too impressed with the plague stuff. I don't quite remember what the DLC is called, but nah, wasn't too great. The cosmetics you can usually skip, unless you really are a completionist and you want everything. So go for the story for the content ones. The bigger ones, and only get them on sale. And start with, I think, Royal Court and Tours and Tournaments. Like, those 2 are the most interesting, I think, that actually add something to the game that is worthwhile. Most of the other stuff comes with base updates anyway. So you're not really missing out if you don't have the DLC, I think. Also, consider maybe mods. If you don't want to spend money on this, which I absolutely understand why you might not want that. House Doomhammer Unity changes by 8. I mean, I want money. You can have that. I don't care. Was that a sufficient answer to your question? I'm not asking because I think you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm asking because I never quite know if I am actually hitting the things that you are asking about properly. Yeesh, $30 for the Courts DLC retail. Exactly. Exactly. It's highway robbery. The way you would, if you want to do full price, get those season bundles. Those are the most cost effective if you don't want to wait for a sale. Do not get it off sale. Steam does sales, I think, 7 times a year or something. They are always on sale. Like, the whole Crusader Kings thing was on sale just 5 days ago for nearly 2 weeks or something. If they're not even still on sale. Paradox has something going on right now. So, yeah, don't do it. The only reason I do it is because I really, really love these games. And I am actually a shareholder of Paradox Entertainment, which, by the way, is not a good idea either because I'm pretty much down on that. I don't have a lot, but I put my money into the product that I believe in, and I believe in Paradox games. Or rather, I don't want to see the only company that has any competence in actually doing really good grand strategy games go under. That's kind of what I'm saying there. Paradox does a good product on grand strategy, and Crusader Kings, there is nothing that compares in my mind. Both Crusader Kings 2 and 3 are great. 2 is much broader, much deeper. There's much more there because there's so much DLC. Do we have enough to make another kingdom? Ah, you're looking out for me, huh? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. If now only I could get into the kingdom mode. Woo! County and special buildings mode. I'm on the wrong... There we are. So, Dead Morass. We do not have enough there. The Kingdom of Black Morass. We have no claim on the title, and the title does exist already, so no. And Booty Bay exists as well, so it's not really an issue for us, honestly. I was keeping up a CK2 DLC for a while around 8 years ago, and it just got to be too much. At least CK3 base seems to be very full-fledged. Yes, CK3 base was the most complete Paradox game they ever released, I think. Like, I played Imperor Rome, and I was so sad. I was so looking forward to it. Because it looked like to be the perfect mix of Crusader Kings 3 and the other Paradox games. And then it just fell flat on its stomach. It was such a shame to witness. We need prestige more than we need piety. That's the only choice I'm making here. I'm only looking at what I'm getting. I get more green prestige. We have less prestige. We have a lot of piety. We can spend piety, so that's what we're gonna go do. Basically. I don't care about anything else in that choice. That's all I'm doing there. But CK3 released really, really well. I think. And they are being better about the DLC policy than they are with CK2, I think. Because the season bundles are actually pretty fair deals, I think. Did you play Imperor Rome since 2.0 and up there? I hadn't played it much before, and I've heard that 2.0 made it much better. I have not. But we might check it out. We might check it out. Maybe next Saturday or something. It's a good point. Good point, good point. Alright. You keep the tooth as a charm. I don't want it. Thank you so much. I mean, if baby teeth on trolls and ogres, they are not like this tiny little thing. You might get like a tusk. That's a little bit difficult to keep around. Poor tooth fairy. Needs some hazard pay. I like that Kultiras is just not getting money anymore. Our third son in line can marry. Let's get you a good filter here for a male child. Okay, that filter is a little bit too strict. Let's go there. The problem, I think, with this DLC is I don't think they adjusted for age in this. Oh no, they did adjust for age. Wait, is our boy human? Our boy is human. Okay, let's get a high elf human hybrid. She's beautiful. I don't care about anything here. I'm just picking this because I find it as a funny combination. The Murloc ruler gives us his Keldorai courtier married to our human orc son. There's also a very well regarded mod that fleshes out a lot of the rest of the game called Invictus. Alright. Very cool. I might check it out again. I wanted to play Germanic tribes. Of course, I wanted to play Germanic tribes, and that was really, really not an interesting thing to do. It wasn't fun. It wasn't interesting. Princess claims, for sure. For sure not that. Can't afford it. These are down here in the plunder isles. How do we have 4,000? There is some ally in there. There isn't an ally in there. How do I get here 3,000 and how do I get this? No, there is an ally in there. Yeah, it's that dude. That one ally we have up there in the north. Let's see how Stormguard has really well recovered. But we could go Holy War for a Duchy and get us that thing. And they're not very powerful. Let's see. I wanted religion. They are Holy Light. There's a lot of Holy Light, so that might backfire against me. Like Gilneas. That might really get me. King Gen II, the Hunchback. I don't think they even have the curse yet. I don't think they are even cursed. Not really a question regarding mechanics of CK3, but more a question of on us playing CK3. Why is there a kind of rite of passage in the CK3 community that you have to make an incest challenge video? I would like to give you an answer, but quite honestly, I am not enough in the loop that I would be aware of that. So I can't really give you an answer. I can just tell you I've never done it, but that's also probably because that is likely why I'm not very popular and very few people know about my existence. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe then we can explode. Oh, a Shadow over Shellwind. These are these are events, I think. No, this is not mod related. This is plague related. We are looking at an apocalyptic plague with the Lake Sharian Flux. Summon the Physician. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. What do you want? People and crops. Radical action. Desperate measures are required. Your court physician in the text usually will tell you what they're suggesting. So read the text, figure out what they're suggesting, and then if you trust your court physician, follow with them and do what they are saying. Leads to better outcomes. It doesn't say in the tooltips, like it's one of the exceptions where it doesn't directly tell you in the tooltip. But here we see we got major epidemic prevention, so we're only losing money in a huge way, but it's not so bad as it could be. So the Lake Sharian Flux is there. It's very far away. I think the mod might not be working well with the recent patch that should have stopped that. But alright, we'll see. Next stream, I recreated the Habsburg family circle. No. Yeah, I'm not really ingrained in the community, as it were. I'm just a dude who likes these games, and honestly, I'm having more fun the less I know about them and the fan bases. Oh, that thing is spreading hard. Oh, look at that. That is an actual proper plague. Holy hell. Okay, yeah, that's actually apocalyptic. For sure. I was made aware, by the way, by chat. I think Ahsoka told me. Thank you, Ahsoka. that the fatalities here are counted in like nobles, not in regular people, because I was a little bit bummed that 69 people dying or something is just okay. I mean, it's bad for the 69 people and their relatives, but is that really apocalyptic? You know? But it's just the nobles, which I think is kind of weird. It should be everyone. Decision available. Found a new union. We could create a new horde? Oh? Let's do it. Oh? Oh no, I can't. Gorian culture does not have the Orcish cultural pillar. So we're just making a union? What? Is that how it... Axis of Awful. Scourge. We'll just send our messengers. Ah! We get to name ourselves. Now this union mechanic, this is specific to this DLC, to this mod. This is not a regular game thing. Just so we're clear. Chat! What's going to be our name of our union? Now, keep in mind, the unions are the Alliance, the Horde, the Illidari, all these things. So what will we be? The Gorian Cult? The Gorian Empire? The Twisted Ones? Ooh, I like that. I like that. That's very good. Let's throw that in here for a moment. The Habsburg. Now, I don't think this actually matters. Okay, we're gonna go with the Twisted Ones. Patriarch Cho'Gall, the Butcher of Plunder Isles, has announced that a new world power is rising. Calling themselves the Twisted Ones, they welcome close nations that share their cultural values and religious practices. Led by the Gorian Patriarch practicing Doombringer, they preach that their unique traditions will endure only if they stay together and keep outsiders away. If anyone dares cross the Twisted Ones, they will feel their combined might and zealous fury of Sargeras. For the Twisted Ones. Now, do we get a cool icon? Or do we just get this? Dang. And we have one of our vassals has joined, I think. Maybe. No, I don't think they have. Invest 100 in campaign fund. What does that mean? I give him money so he can push our agenda? Rulers prefer to join, having ongoing crisis. Rulers of Gorian heritage prefer to join. Rulers of Doombringer religion prefer to join. Yeah. We don't get a cool icon though. That's a bit of a shame. Factions are being created against us. Ah, come on. An unforeseen tragedy. Wife of Chieftain Cho'Gall. Our heir is unmarried. Let's find him something new. I mean, he already has a kid, so that's pretty good. Let's find you someone new. Also breed the courtiers. We'll breed the courtiers in a moment. Let's start breeding our son here. Let's see. Alliance power. Is there something there? Our granddaughter. No, we're not gonna go do that. I mean, there are some nicely strong ogres here. She's great. Robust and quick. And since he already has a son, like, I don't really mind. We're gonna go do that. It's a fairly unimportant alliance there, but we'll take it. And breed courtiers. So, to keep your court nice and nice and supplied with people you can put into certain positions, you need to sometimes go through your courtier list, check who you got. Like, we got our dragon here, who is Bronze Dragonflight, Guldormu, who's not doing anything for us, except for fight. Are you a knight? Ooh, we can finally get her a mate. And we'll get you a black dragonflight mate or a green dragonflight mate. He has a great pox, that's not ideal. Let's get you the magical black dragonflight mate. Let's do that. Let's bring him in. Let's see. What are you? Female. So we need a matrilineal. He's a murloc. She's a murloc, excuse me. So, if you are marrying a unmarried female courtier of yours, make sure you make it a matrilineal match. Otherwise, whoever you marry them to, they are going to join their court. So they leave your court, which you don't want. She's a murloc on menopause. I mean, she has a kid, so that's fine. Let's get us a murloc warrior in here. This one there. He's perfect. Now, for the males, you don't do matrilineal. It's quite the reverse. And relevance will usually, if you sort by relevance here, it will usually try and give you people who have interesting claims and stuff. You know, so she's not bad. Low chance of children, I don't mind. Some claims in here. Little murloc kid, and you are what? Female. So matrilineal yet again. Let's see. It doesn't really matter. So we're gonna get us another murloc warrior in here. You're delicate. It's fine. All murlocs are delicate. Our scarred granddaughter. Matrilineal for sure. Our player, heir, son, and chieftain. No. Let's see, there's some alliances. There's an orc to be had with some alliance. Does orc life expectancy go up? No. Orcs also live just like humans, basically. Let's get the let's keep it ogre. Let's keep it ogre. Our courtier and ward. That's the one I tried to find someone for earlier, no? She can marry this guy. Don't care. What are you? My grandson, another night elf. Good stuff. What are you even? You are going to be a steward. And we're gonna get you... Male child filter. Our great granddaughter, an orc. 0.9% chance of inbred. That's good enough for me. That's him. And... Wait. There is another one. Reset. Let's see. Duchy of Stonard and County of Stonard. That's good enough for me. He doesn't have kids. Low chance. I don't care. One Pandaren, he died. That's a bit of a shame, really. Oh! The models are so good. What are you? You are male. So we don't go matrilineal. Let's get you Mutt. She's young and virile. I didn't even know we had a Knoll. Our champion. Speaking of champions, let's see if that very capable lady is Can't be. Dang. We have 1 null. Soon we will have more. Soon we will have more. Excellent. Excellent. Everyone's coming in here, accepting our marriage proposals. Very good. So we are losing a lot of money, or rather we're not earning any money. We need to build something that makes us money. What do you want? Ah, you. The, what is your, the Cho'Gall. You want to join us? Yes. Become part of the Twisted Ones. Very good. Let's build something that gives us money, eh? Hospices would be nice, but we're on an island, so I don't care so much about protection against plagues. I think we're just going to go with the trade port unless there is pastures. Cattle pastures. There is cattle pastures. Let's start with cattle pastures. We need money. We do have a trade port, but if we can get pastures, let's start with pastures because they also give us levies. And the money is more or less the same that we get. But trade port is going to be in there as well. We definitely need to build up a little bit. Your nation would like to join the Twisted Ones. What nation is that? Who are you? Alteruk. A human nation. And we're immediately being called to war. Okay, fine. Let's help an ally out. That's pretty far north, though. But now we have some islands here. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. So we'll raise all our troops here. How much are we looking at? How much opposition? What's going on here? What are we fighting? 700 soldiers against 3,000. I mean, I barely need to go there. I think we're just gonna go raise our retinue, our men-at-arms. BRB, you got wash pots. What we're watching just won't be able to chat. No worries, enjoy. Good luck. Just bring your men-at-arms. Exactly, Ahsoka. You got it quite right. We don't have many, which is also possibly a bad idea to bring them because they might die. And that is costly to replace. Who are we even fighting? Ah, she's right there. Okay, so we're gonna go attack right there. We have a level 32 commander. Ugh. We love to see it. And this worries me. Let's switch this around. No, he's actually active. It's not a bug. We just don't earn money. That's really it. The red territory is who we're fighting, indeed. Oh, look at that. Sauroks are joining us as well. And not even that weak. They're pretty strong. That is crazy. The Twisted Ones are getting some friends here. Can I invite people into? Can I be like, hey, you wanna invite to union? Yes, I can. Chieftain of Zul'Gurub. Wait. I'll explore the forest ourselves. Why do I have Zul'Gurub all of a sudden? I don't want Zul'Gurub. Someone died again. Why must everyone keep dying? Ooh. What is our spy master? Oh yeah. You can get that. And that. And you will now become my spy master. Because you're actually very capable. Let's do that. And we're traveling out. Reaching our target very soon. They're hiding their numbers behind the big flag here, but we're gonna win. I think it's 129 that we're looking at there. The blue is our allies. Yes, it is, but the army of the enemy stands there. I don't know what to tell you. Someone wants to murder Mutt, our newest addition to the court. Some good old-fashioned mob rule. Yeah, let's kill that dude. Our rival. More Yaungol. Oh, Townka this time. They want to join us. Oh, 4,752. They're actually pretty strong. Never underestimate the power of a mob. We killed our rival, and since we're sadistic, that is very stress-lossy. And since it's our rival that we outlived here, we get a bunch of prestige. So they just kind of popped up into a stronger army. My nation wants to become... What? The Kirin Tor? Khadgar? The Kirin Tor is joining the Twisted Ones? What? The defender of Azeroth himself. The guardian of this whole darn planet. I mean, absolutely come in. Join us. He's a lowborn. He is a literal god. Okay, let's go fight them. Whoa! No. No commander all of a sudden. Our good commander just about died. Let's go in there. Let's destroy these fools. Good for looking out. And more people are joining. Now we get a clan of centaurs in there. Strong cannibals. Yes. What does that mean? Union member. Monthly income minus 10%. Man at arms maintenance. Okay. So as we are members of a union, we become weaker overall. But due to our allies, we become stronger again. Isn't that philosophical? Is that not poetic? Poetic is what I wanted to say there. Through all the stuttering and sputtering. Alright. So we're pushing into their territory. Well, actually we're not. We don't have enough people to take that. We need 950. We don't have that. And our ally is not joining us, so we're not going to get that either. Let's go fight their army then. Ooh, a Knoll army joins us with 111. Booty Bay. More centaurs into the fold, yes. I don't know what that says about them or us. How much is there in the garrison? 1,000? Oh, look at that. The first trolls are coming in. The Frostwolf clan. Why do these have so many defenses? I think I'm gonna stand down my units. I think we have contributed enough. I don't want to lose more money on something where I can't gain any because we can't siege nothing. Alright, let's become a scholar. So we have, and now that we have filled in all the trees here in our current lifestyle, we are gonna go pick a new lifestyle. And I think actually we're gonna go into stewardship rather than into martial, because we are struggling for money. So we are not gonna go into the wealth focus, but rather into the domain focus. I mean, 10% income is big, but we don't have a lot of income, so 10% doesn't do much yet. So domain might be better because stewardship also directly increases your income, basically. So, you know, knowledge overflow minus 80%. Ah. That's okay. How much is our monthly income? 0.2. It's nothing. We're not earning nothing. More trolls. Sure. Kingdom of Frostmane, come in. Come on right in. We're finally capable to withstand the Skull Splitter clan. Oh, more are coming in. The Blood Totems joining us. Very good. Wait, now we're powerful enough to take on Kultiras, because I don't think Kultiras is in anything. So we can just go invade the kingdom. Ah, dang. Well, wait, no. We can do a holy war for it, no? Nah, we can't. We could only go conquer county for county. We could afford that barely. Tirigod. Yeah, the prince has a claim on the whole thing, but that doesn't help me. Because I need this place to become an empire. Oh! Oh, really now? Ah, is this what's happening here? Dang. I can't get my good soldiers right now. I can only get my levies here. That's suboptimal. I just stood them down. So this is pretty dangerous what we're doing here right now. Does he have claims on the duchy? We can check, but what does it help me? No, we can't check. We'll check later. So this is a little bit dangerous because even a small army is a bit of a threat to an army of low quality. Not in this case because the numbers are quite in our favor. But we're gonna incur heavy losses here before we defeat them. High quality armies are very, very dangerous. Never underestimate high quality armies. So now we're gonna go not stand these down. Let's ransom this man. This guy can marry. Let's give him an orc. The Four-Eyed Dynasty is known far and wide. Isn't that our son's duchy? I don't know. I don't care. Okay, so when it says it takes 5 months or something, it is one of our sons, yeah. What is he fighting here? Some peasants. Who are you? Stormwind? Stormwind is joining our... what? Yes. Bring in Stormwind. Stormwind is now part of the Twisted Ones. The Horde never needed to conquer nothing. We're just winning through diplomacy. See, it's worth a try. Yeah. It's so costly. Yeah, the Skull Splitters shattered indeed. You don't need to at me, Ahsoka. You're the only one talking. I see you. Don't worry. The Skull Splitters split, which is good. Possibly. These guys are raiding me right now. Yeah, but we need to wait anyway before we do anything because we have just dismissed and raised armies and stuff, so... My son has the bloody flux. Dang. And he's our heir. After him comes an orc with a wife. A Virkul wife that has a bowl on its head. Our rival Rumerl has died. Well, good stuff. We are so hard pressed for money. All right. Who are you? Stormguard. You keep something of what I want. I think... Will we decline Stormguard? I think we'll decline. You don't have to take everyone. Not necessarily. Will they come back and try and siege this again? Zagreus be praised, our son is healed. Yeah, they're coming here again. Well, that's very unfortunate. Chieftain Omgron. Thank you. Fine, I'll defeat you again. This is getting tiresome. Do collect taxes on your steward. Yeah, probably best. Maybe there's a chance. Do we have someone better for the job? We do not. So that's pretty good. Let's kill these fools again. Maybe this time we can just crush the army. So if the army dies in the first phase of the battle, it's entirely gone. And that is indeed what we just accomplished. So now we're done with that. And we have fully won the war and we've got an enemy combatant captured. That's nice. We can appoint a successor to one of our accolades. Good, let's do it. This is actually a pretty good accolade. Can't have more. It's also okay. You have returned from washing the pots. Well, I'm happy you have. I hope you were successful. There's so much ocean sound in this mod. Hey, you guys want to join? Offer to join the union? No? You really hate that? So be it. Look at them. Look at them all. Ongoing crisis. Okay, so how do we get for decentralization? How does that work? Union leader C1. How do I increase this? So that's the problem with the mod. It doesn't tell us. So investing in the campaign fund. I mean, it goes by 0.4 down per year. I don't know. Maybe by fighting something? Maybe by winning? We're getting close on prestige, honestly. I mean, not close for that, but that's kind of what I want to do. I mean, pushing his claims is more expensive than just pushing for the duchies ourselves. Just conquering a duchy is cheaper for us. Still expensive as hell. Let me see. How much do we need for the empire still? Yeah, double. That's... How much do we need for the empire found empire decision? Found a witch coven. I will never get this. Never once. Found a new empire. 120 or more. We have 3 kingdoms. And 80 or more. Okay, we're nowhere near empire size. So trying to push for Kultiras will still be the most sensible thing. So chipping away at it is the most best thing we can do. We just stood down our troops. So, I mean, shall we try? We do have to keep in mind that we also have to call in our allies. So this will be a bit of a problem. Ashvane is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 counties. Stormsong is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counties. Tidesong is 3. Freehold is literally just 1. Ashvane is where they currently have their main home thing. Shall we do it? What game exploit have you found that you really enjoy? I could go on a hunt, yes. I don't think I know any game exploits, honestly. I play kinda just how the game presents itself to me. I don't try to min-max. I just kinda go. I don't watch anything on it either. Like, I don't watch any videos. I don't watch any tips or tricks. I don't watch any of those. What is this guy called? The guy who always does these exploit run-throughs. Something like that. What is min-max? Min-maxing means when you make choices solely based on maximizing the spiffing Brit. That's one of them. Yeah. When you minimize the bad things and maximize the good things. So let's say we get a choice presented, decision, and we're only going to pick whatever is going to be the most sensible. Victorian 222. Goria shall rise. We are working on it, but you come in with the right energy. The twisted ones have grown quite remarkably. So it shouldn't be much of an issue to go in here. I think we're going to go in here. And we're going to start a prediction whether or not we're going to win that war. So we're going to declare it. Which might have been a bad idea right now, because I think all my troops are still on holiday. Yeah, it takes us 4 months to raise them. Which could go horribly, horribly wrong. So let's go. Call allies into war. I want something big. But something that's kind of close. Archmage Cardiga of the Kirin Tool. Let's bring in the Tauren. They have to go a far, long way.
Do you see what I see?
The only question is, will we return to Gorgogism? Not just yet. Rookie second coming in with the gift sub for our newest person in chat, Victorian222. Thank you so much for the follow, and congratulations to the gift sub by our house main donator of gift subs. Do you think it's essential to purchase DLC or more of a treat to add on once you get a firm grasp of base material? You do not need any of the DLC to play the game and enjoy the game. Period. Only ever buy the DLC if it's on deep sale. The most interesting DLCs, I think, the most sensible are Tours and Tournaments and Royal Court. Everything else, it's okay. You can have it. You don't have to have it. Wait for sales. Get the season bundles, maybe, which has all the DLC for each year where it was released, basically. You can ignore the cosmetic ones. And as Victorian said, it's more of a treat. My firm policy here is don't get it if this is not like your main game. If you're playing or paying other things, you know. Is Plague's base game now or part of the DLC? I'm honestly not quite sure. It is part of a DLC for sure. I don't know how much is in the base game. Some of it is in the base game. I don't know what, though. And I don't think it introduces any interesting mechanics. Trust me. I was a little bit disappointed. I was happy to see a return of the plagues, but they barely do anything. They're barely worth you. I don't know. They used to be like the Black Death in Crusader Kings 2 was a hard reset in the middle of the game. Like you had empires who just fell the hell apart when the Black Death came. Just as it was. Because everyone died. I have not seen something similar in Crusader Kings 3 with the plagues yet. And I think that's a bit sad. It's fun that there are more than just the Black Death that are really apocalyptic, for sure. But I'm really, really kind of, you know, like disappointed, properly disappointed that there isn't more of that. That it's just, it's a little bit weak, I must say. So my mistake is right now I'm gathering my troops and they will take forever to get there. So there's a good chance that the enemy will find my little raising armies and just crush them before they have a chance to get filled up. Why is that? Because I recently dismissed my armies and they have now a longer time to get there. I'm on console, so I know we will get base updates later than the PC version. Alright, okay. Can't speak for a console, really. I don't know what the DLC really does there, but generally, for Paradox games, DLC policy is do not touch them unless you're a content creator living off of this stuff, where you need to be like one of the firsts, right? Yeah, Divine Guidance is good. We're gonna go get that. Divine Guidance gives us a control growth of 0.1, which is lovely, and 100 piety, which we'll take. So armies are slowly growing here, but very slowly. Let's try and find our ally that we called in from all the way over in Kalimdor. Ooh, the Calderia. Growing. They are thriving. Where's our ally? Where are you? Oh, wait, you... What? Okay. Alright. But it looks like you're in your own war, so you're probably not going to come for me. Your nation wants to join. What nation is that? Brightwood. Sure. Come on in, the more the merrier. In the future, I'd like to make some content with CK3, but that's definitely in the future project. That's great. Are you a streamer, YouTuber? What do you do? Or are you just looking to start to begin with, like entirely? I think I have sunscreen on my eyelids, which is making me blink like crazy today. I think that's the reason. So there's a cool Tyrian army. Our ally has not yet joined, and they might never really. Let's see, is there anyone else we can afford to bring in? The Countess here. And she brings even some troops, so we're gonna do that. I used to stream but stopped for a bit, and as I'm on console, I can't do overlays, camera, and alerts. Ah, alright. I mean, you could pass it through something, like a PC. And then stream it from there and do all that. You want to get back into it? Oh, sure, do that. Let us know when you are in the Discord. We have a self-promotion channel as well, so you can let us know. And people can check you out. Must stop the villain behind this. I don't care. This is what I mean about I'm not so good with certain aspects of the game, like intrigue. I just don't. I know you can do a lot with it, but it's a mechanic that just doesn't appeal to me. But it's very feasible. I have played intrigue-based characters very successfully, and it's fine. You're no longer my ward. You have become an elusive shadow. And you are now wife to my boy. To my son. I've made you a good girl. I've made you a good wife. A woman worthy of my respect. Why? I've been holding... I don't know. Oh, great. I mean, sure. Why not? Take it. And we're looking to possibly lose this battle. Honor is slightly in debt. How am I slightly in debt? What are you talking about? Where am I slightly in debt? Another centaur tribe wants to join us. Our tiny little... This is... What? What? I want to look at this. What's going on here? Okay, Mulgore. Sure. Come on in, Mulgore. You're being slightly destroyed by your own people right now. Good evening, Sir Keem. Thank you. Welcome back. I ain't got a PC, only a laptop. We'll 100% look into it. I don't know if you can pass it through on a laptop. Might not be powerful enough, but it might be worth a try for sure. Okay, let's try and fight them here. We do now have the numerical superiority, so that should be fine. That should be just fine for us. Sir Geem, could you set up a prediction whether or not we're going to win this war, please? Because I forgot to do that. The answers are, will we win this war? Yes or no? That would be lovely. And now we go siege them in the places where we need to siege them. I think we need to borrow from the goblins again. This happens a little bit too often for my liking. Why do I need to pay off part of the loan? I paid off everything. What? Look at us. Laugh in unison. Role model parent. Such devotion. Dwell not on the past. Nah, it's fine. We love our son. Damn, look at all that piety. Yep. And we're not even going to do anything with it. Nothing sensible on the horizon for us to do with it. I mean, we could check out if we can reform corruptism. Ah, who wants to join? Zulaman. You're tiny though. But you might grow. But at the moment you're just a... it's fine. We'll take you into the fold. Nothing sensible. So what wacky scheme do you have planned? See, that's the beauty of this game. I have no idea. I have nothing planned whatsoever. I will go where the wind takes us. But we could look at corruptism. Maybe there's something interesting to do with that. Prediction started. Cast your votes whether or not we're going to win this war. Yes or no. You can win some channel points to unlock you some emotes or, you know, redeem some things. Let's see how we can do it. I promise that we can do it. By the way, Sir Keem, you missed it, but Rookie went all out, balls to the walls, crazy tonight. 18 gift subs. 18. Incredible. Ah! Gilneas wants to be part of our little alliance thing. Come on in now. Nothing. Let's see what we can do about corruptism. I keep saying that and then I keep clicking out of it. The mad lad. You are quite right there. Rookie is a mad lad. Alright, predictions are soon over. The war, however, is not. Let's see. Create new Doombringer faith. We are at war. Elemental syncretism tenet is not allowed. I cannot create a faith. Name is empty. Okay, this is easy. Okay, we can create a religion. We can create Gorianism or something like it. The game sound is cutting out. That I have never heard before. The Gilnean hunch. Don't do astrology, do warmonger. You're overestimating how much energy I'm going to put into that. Join Chieftain, Missiles Hunt. Yes. Free hunt, I'll take it. So this is where the Tours and Tournament DLC really comes in, because it adds events along the travel line. And you travel on the map, like, visibly and stuff. Oh no, it costs us 30 gold. I can't afford it. Look at our gold. Can't afford to even go on a hunt by someone else. Outliving a child or daughter died? How? In childbirth? Dang. All that for another grandson? It's horrible. It's terrible. It's not good. I like unions. I have a feeling that eventually they're going to introduce something like unions into CK3. Oh, looky here. Zul'Gurub finally wants to come into the fold as well. I'll have you. That's no problem. And the Tol'vir want to come in as well. Sure. Our nickname's easy to gain, i.e. Richard the Lionheart or William the Bastard. I can't remember the proper name for them. They are very random, but they also don't do anything. Like, we are the Butcher. Meat's meat. It all stops screaming eventually because we're torturing a lot. But it doesn't mean anything. Sadly, there's nothing associated with it. Can you invite Zul'Gurub into us? Zul'Gurub came. Zul'Gurub joined. Zul'Gurub joined. They are in. Why is there rat triangle in the right corner? Good question. That is the plagues. That tells us all about the plagues. I meant the war. We do not have enough. We do not have enough prestige to bring them in. See, we could only bring in one of them. But it's okay. I think we don't need anyone else. We will eventually get these guys to join us. So you can check out all the plagues globally. I can by this very handy shortcut. So I mean, there's something to it. Utterly ridiculous. So all the things that are highlighted right now are all the ongoing plagues in the world. Basically. Titles don't mean anything. They instill fear in our enemies. What do you mean? Yeah, they do. Mechanically. Game mechanics are not tied to them. That's what I mean. Looks like there's a plague in where we're fighting. There is indeed. But it's on the receding end, so I'm not too worried. What I'm more worried about is that we're going to finish our siege just as they finish theirs. And we don't want that. Zolmar Koki is no longer our court physician. That's bad. So let's bring this guy in as the tax collector. And let's also appoint him as our court physician. Not that we... Oh! We could put in our woman. And that Jaquarian. Our night elf wife. Very good. You can also see that they're like coughing and stuff. I really like that. Harvest in the Crimson Forest. Investigate the county's problems. Seize my rightful dues by force. I'm so sorry. Disastrous management will come from that. I'm so sorry. I need the money. You came at the wrong moment. That's just your bad luck. Okay, so we're crossing a river here. That's not good for us, and I don't think we have a forder. Nope. But we do have an ally coming in, so we're gonna win that regardless. Oh, the Tauren are so cute. Malingering sense? No. I don't have money to spend. An elf wife, I missed out. Yep. Oh, Kultiras would like to join our little, no. No, Kultiras, you will not join us. I like that they want to join us while we're waging active war to seize their stuff right there and then. And they still are like, hey, could we join you maybe? Would we be friends? long-term good friends? Could we, please? Let's put in the siege guy again. We're gonna go for that, even though we don't have the money. Really? Our daughter can marry, and she shall matrilineally marry this guy. What else do we have here? No, everything else is fine. Okay, everyone. We're gonna go take a very short break. I gotta go run to the bathroom. So what we're gonna do is a 3-minute break. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna run an ad break while we do. So people who don't have a gift sub by Rookie II will have to endure breaks for a moment. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves as I leave for a second. And see you in just a moment. Alrighty. And I am back. And we are back. Let me turn this off maybe. Oh god. The side scroll is real. Let's go. Hi, I played this mod not long ago. It's fun, but it needs more in my opinion. But it's definitely a promising work in progress, just like other just like Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, Elder Scrolls and stuff. Good evening, genius. Honestly, I've tried the After the End mod so far, which wasn't for me. It's like an American fever dream. Just all things jumbled all into one. Wasn't for me. But I have the connection to the lore here, you know? Like, I just really love the WarCraft universe, even though it's an absolute mess. But it has actually expanded on the base, you know? It ain't America, it's the Americas. Doesn't matter. It is an American fever dream. Didn't try After the End yet. I mean, ask Ahsoka. It's the best thing in the world. It's the best thing since sliced bread. You might just enjoy it. Check it out. But yeah, it's memes, and a few more memes.
WolfLad96 redeemed the Emperor shall do 10x squad.
Alright, it's a good thing I just turned on my ventilator because it's getting warm now. There's Goku and Piccolo. And you're telling me that this is not an American fever dream. I'm hooked of Prince of Darkness though. Mod's so deep with the mechanics and stuff, had a fun. But it's slow, might not be for everyone. Prince of Darkness is also for Secret 3. There's Bruce Wayne, Thomas Wayne, and Martha Wayne. And Rookie Second coming in with yet another gift sub for our newest chatter. Congratulations, Genius69, for the gift sub by our very own most egregiously beneficial, friendly, and I forget the word in English. Generous person here. All right, let me do them squats. Let me do them squats real quick. Need to get my share out of the way.
Rookie Second demands the Emperor shall hydrate.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the hydration. Thank you, Rookie. Cheers. Chat, everyone. Enjoy your own beverage. If you have one, make sure you do drink also. What's a girl to do? I don't know. I don't care. We're fighting a war here and we're losing money. That's more important to us. Royal Court, what's going on here? Can I get money out of this? I spend, I lose. The true crime is hiding these profits from me. Let's go for the wheat shortage. I need money. We are greedy right now. From henceforth you shall be known as King, Queen, Rookie Second, the Generous. You have been bestowed a title, Rookie. There you go. I think it actually is very good. Shirt reveal. Yeah. Do It For Bruce was in here recently and asked for feet pic. Today I took feet pics at the beach. I'm ready for the next time he comes around and asks. By all means, I will provide what you need. No. Do I seem made of money? Do you not understand? We are fighting a war and we're losing money in that war. I'm trying to become an empire here. Crazy. Yeah, so I'm looking to eventually try the Lord of the Rings mod. And maybe the Game of Thrones, though that doesn't, you know, I mean, they messed that up, sadly. But what was the other one? You said another one, something with shadows. Shadow. It's vampire, werewolves, demon and such. Ah, right. What was it called again? I know you said it. Prince of Darkness. How did they mess Game of Thrones? No, not the mod. They messed Game of Thrones as a story, sadly. Like, the books are great, but after the 3rd season of the show, it just fell off a big cliff, sadly. Oh, look, our young Cho'Gall allies are finally here. And none of them are fighting the Kultiran curs that are attacking my island here. Chieftess Eleanor, why do you hate me so? Please come in. Such a pleasure. Let me start killing you. Ah, dang. Never a peasant lot is to serve their lord. Okay. Now the good thing about the defensive war is it costs us nothing to call in someone. Are you into historical fiction books, TV shows? Oh, yes. But there's a lot of buts in that one, trust. First, let me get every ally that we have, every single ally that we have into our defensive war here, because it costs us literally nothing. And they will do for us, because we can't send our troops to deal with it. So Stormwind will fight for Cho'Gall. Can you imagine? The crazy things we get up here, up to here. Suleiman can help. Gilneas can help. We will mobilize the entirety of the Twisted Ones. They are attacking your union leader. Come here. Yes, I built an alliance, basically. So I built what is the Horde or the Alliance. We called it the Twisted Ones. And Stormwind is part of the Twisted Ones, not of the Alliance. Which is extremely fitting. Like, Ahsoka chose the best name here because it's very twisted for the real actual lore. Okay, I think we called in enough. How did you make one? When I played Sylvanas, I couldn't make a new one. It popped up. Eventually, you have to fulfill certain criteria. You have to not be an emperor, I think. And you must have a certain size of holdings. I'm going to assume it is a butt attached butt. What is your thoughts on the Sharp series? Sharing our Lord and Savior Sean Bean. The Sharp series. That is an old one, right? That's an older one. I think I started watching that, but I kind of fell off because old storytelling is a little bit difficult to follow these days, I think. Yeah, the 90s. Yeah, I watched that a little bit, but not too far. It was pretty good, I think. I was Imperor, that might be why. Yeah, I think that is 30 and 10 diplomacy. 30 and 10 diplomacy, that's correct. And you can't be an Emperor. I believe that was the thing. I love historical TV shows. Like, they are my absolute favorite. My all-time favorite forever and ever will likely be Rome. Directly followed by Band of Brothers. So, you know, there's just a lot going on. Oh, the baby Tauren looks so bad even here. That's fantastic. That's so great. You learned Ogre? Impressive. Have my regards. Oh god. Genius 69. Would you like to leave a follow? And everyone else who's new, would you like to join the Discord? Come on, join us. Stick with us. Monday we have an 8-hour stream, charity stream also. We're gonna do a lot of things. Cocoon Tower. Thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. It has the almighty Sean B. Fun fact, Sean Bean in Irish pronounced Sean Ban, means old woman. That's why he dies in every role he gets. Who wants to come in? The Quan Tien Kingdom. 8,785. The Mogu. I'll take the Mogu. This is the weirdest alliance thing ever. We got the Mogu in here. This is great. Our scheme was discovered. Well, then we abandon it. I'm too smart to do things that are futile. What the hell is that supposed to be? Oh, the Ankirai. The Nerubian. The Underqueen would like to join us as well. Something in Northrend. Very good. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. So yeah, I also watch all the, you know, turn of the century shows like Renegade Nelly was the most recent I watched. That was kind of fun. It's a little bit of a crossover with some fantasy elements, but it was fun. You will have the whole map in your alliance soon. I hope so. Except for Kultiras, we need to kill them to form our empire. Is someone killing the peasant rebellion yet? No, but they also can't attack us because we have too many soldiers in our fort. That's good. So eventually someone will come and make that a thing. And we've taken a valuable prisoner somewhere, somehow. Oh no. I don't know. The Furbolg! They want to join? The Furbolg! Let's welcome the Furbolg, the Kingdom of Starfall. The last one I started to watch was Nightfall. It was good. It was about the Knights Templar in France. That's great. You will have the can you, if you have joined the Discord, there is a community shares thing, and there is one for TV shows and movies or something. I think there's a thread for that. If you can also just post it in general chat, so I can check that out, because I don't think I have watched Nightfall yet, and I'm always up for new good things here. Rogue Servant. Lowly Skalda has been stealing from my household. The man cowers before me, sniveling. Show him what true hunger feels like. Yeah, that sounds good. We'll just kill him. Chopper. What are you? You're nothing. Death is what you are. Alright, thank you, my dear allies, for killing this. We defeated the peasant uprising with 46,000 soldiers. I loved Versailles, and I can recommend it if you get your hands on it. Oh, Versailles is so good. I got it all on Blu-ray. Because it's very hard to get otherwise. The last one... No. I keep rereading messages I already read. That's... My brain don't do so well with that. Another Mogu Empire wants to join us. Sure. Oh, the Grummels are coming. The Grummels are joining us as well. I'm sure they will hide fun mechanics decision and stuff eventually at this month. They will hide them? I think there are a lot of fun mechanics in here already. Yeah, make. I mean, they fully redid on, well, they redid the army thing, the men-at-arms thing. They really visually went in there. I mean, Cho'Gall has only one head, but what can you do? Who are you? The Kingdom of Stormheim. Yeah, let's bring in the Vrykul. Sure, let's go. Let's bring in the... They did the men-at-arms, like races. Who are the Mogu? Is that Pandaria expansion? That is correct. The Mogu are the bad people in the Mogu in the Pandaria expansion. Wait, is that Zandalari? Nice. Let's bring in the Zandalari. I like Zandalar. I thought this says bruh. It's birth, not bruh. We're coming to fight ya. Doesn't help us much. We have to win. Which, you know, obviously we have to win. Birth, pronounced bruh. Compared to the After the End mod, which only really seemed to go into societies and some naming stuff and the map, really, because you got the Americas map. I don't know. This feels like they put more effort into the theme, which is probably not the right word, and is, you know, I don't know. This feels more complete as an overall system, I think. They even got all the different races, and there's a lot in here. There's a whole lot in here. I swear. I think they even accounted for the fact that you can have such a long life. So adding more focus, more lifestyle points will be really, really slow. Let's condemn him for his transgressions. The scandalous priest. Music, so good. And we have won our little war against Kultiras. Zerahim, if you would end the prediction, please. Everyone who chose yes, we're gonna win. Congratulations, you won a few points there. Because we did, in the end, win indeed. Let's disband our troops so we don't lose even more. Oh, we even can keep what we have because our domain limit is up now. So this is nice. Let's put our lad on doing some control. I mean, you got cowboys, you got dog sleds. Yeah. I noticed that chat rules that all CK3 and D&D questions are always accepted. My main question is, do you like there are 5e conversions or old modules? I have 2 for 2 AD&D. Oh, what? My question is, do you like there are 5e conversions from old modules? Can you rephrase the question? I don't quite know what you're asking. Yeah, I saw that when playing Sylvanas Good Balance, they didn't touch the Kin dynasty from the looks of it unless they secretly nerfed more stats with Age 1. I also don't quite know what that means. But there's a sort of acknowledgement of me being right, I like that. The dynasty perk? Oh yeah, maybe. We should send bailiffs. Or rather encourage the economy. I forget to do these things. So yeah, the this you mean the legacies. I mean, that's kinda slowish. Yeah. The last one of Kin, and you mean that specifically, Kin? No prowess laws from age, increase skill with age. I don't think they touched these. These all felt pretty much the same. But I might be wrong. I don't have them point for point in my head, really. Decision available. Leave the union. Why would I want to do that? Let's hold our court. Let's see what we got. Another ward for us. Another lowborn ogre. Nah, someone else will take care of it. I'm not gonna do that. Barony of Uza is a non-created title. You want this? I think she should offer some more. Let's go with that. Let's try if we can't get more out of him. And we did. He built something for us. That's nice. Hopefully... Okay. My question is, what is your opinion of player-made 5e conversions of older D&D modules? I only ask as I have 2 D&D modules for AD&D and I have found a 5e conversion, meaning I can play these older modules with players who only know 5e. I only play homebrew, so I couldn't tell you. But 5e is, I think, a fairly non-restrictive set of rules. So it's very friendly for opening up things that aren't necessarily provided for in the rules without entirely breaking it. As I said, I only play homebrew, my own campaigns with some certain, you know, homebrewing rules as well. Not so much, but some. And it's fairly flexible. I think if there are conversions, you absolutely should be able to do that. I don't know how vastly different the rules are between older versions that much, but that's what the conversions are for, right? So I'd say that should be fine. Imagine graceful aging on a 2,500-year-old. I mean, if you get to that point, I think you will have kind of gracefully aged now. Have I truly been so abdominal? Confident in Liege's humanity. I'm an ogre. I'm no demon, I'm a patriarch, which is much, much worse. Confident in Liege's humanity. Every county held gets that. I like that answer, though. Being which rules as a true demon incarnate, no real man could be capable of such violent extremities as we have faced. Take up arms. Help us slay it before it transforms. I don't need to transform. I love the troll with the silver mask, though. That looks really neat. And they even brought in the shoulder pads. Like, they didn't have to do that, and they did. The WarCraft shoulder pads. Did I answer your question, though, Wolflad? Also, kudos for you on reading the rules, actually. I don't think anyone has ever done that. I mean, beyond being forced to before they can actually chat. We're slowly eating into Kultiras here. Slowly but surely. We're gonna get it eventually. Inching forward with every war. We could start a legend. Oh, no, thank you. For sure, we're not gonna do that. Okay, money begets money. We have money right now, so we're gonna go start building more stuff or upgrading stuff. I hope I didn't sell anything I want. There. No, it's all good. So good. Can't afford anything here. Can you imagine? Can't build anything here. We don't have the forestry. What does that look like? Building construction time. Development growth. Always like that. Army gold maintenance. Not bad. Not bad at all. But we wanted to put in the trade port, I think. But forest forts? That's also pretty cool. Nope, nope, nope. We need money. We need more money. Blacksmith are great. But I think... Aviary complex. This is for... Oh, Caster College, yeah. These are great. Cultural fascination progress plus 20%. That is actually damn good later on. Though it takes a while until you get to that point where it actually goes up. Just get trade port. Ahsoka is getting sick of me checking out other things here. Alright, fine. We'll get the trade port. You made perfect sense, thank you. Also, why do silver masks mean? I've seen some players have them, and not gonna lie, they look good. That's when you're disfigured. If someone cuts off your nose or something, or you get a botched treatment, then you might become disfigured, and then it's when they put on the masks. So it's not actually a good thing, because usually that's not a good trait to have, but that's why you got the mask. It's all from the... I mean, there's historical basis for it. Around the whole Salah ad-Din thing. I think someone in that whole thing One of the kings had that. Original debtor Cho'Gall. You owe our bank 56 gold. You must pay a quarter of the amount. Thank you. Initial debt. Okay. Of course I will pay my debt. How did I know? I thought I paid all that. I thought I had paid all that. Okay, now we can request a loan again. But we're done with it. I low-key want one, even if I'm not disfigured. Let me check if you can actually just put it there, because it might be. The Bilgewater Cartel wants to become part of... I mean, let's bring in the goblins. Let's bring in the goblins. Can I think? Yeah. Let's check. So we go into the barbershop. Hair, beard, cloak, headwear, face items. There we go. You can put on a face mask if you so choose, even if you're not disfigured. Just have to go in here. Which looks very silly on Mr. Cho'Gall, but you could. Most crowns don't show up. Got too big of a head. Whoop, whoop. Not gonna lie. Do want one in real life as well. Well, that'll cost you money, but I'm sure that might actually be even easier. Not as easy as right-clicking yourself and just selecting it, but, you know, close enough. Some succession happening there. I like this union thing. I mean, there's some similar function in... we're bringing a crime family. Because of the mask, or... Droth can marry. They cannot marry. Why can't they marry then if they cannot marry, game? Where is that again? There, I don't care. That's not close enough for me to worry about. So Medivh hasn't come to our side yet. I think it's time we holy war that thing. Not the kingdom though, because that doesn't help us. Not yet. Dang. Okay, we need to wait until we get to places. Is our diplomat? He's working on that, so we have a chance of reducing our truce with them. We could also just kill Lady Merrill. It's not even that bad of a chance. It's not a great chance, but not the worst chance either. I don't know why all the tutorial messages are popping up for me again. Let's check out our factions. There's a bunch of them, but they're all pretty individually horrible. There's not much going on there. We could probably help ourselves a little bit by creating some duchies that take care of stuff. There's a Roman version on eBay, £140. I mean, you know, it depends on how hard you really want it. That's kind of where you want to go. I declined him because he's so small. He's just gonna bring in trouble. He's gonna be more trouble than he's worth. Alliance formed with the new King of Stormwind. King Ulfaharfen. That is legit Trek. King Oceanus the Girthy. A sea giant. When I start streaming, that what I'll work towards kind of like a sub goal, but a mass goal. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure. You can collect some money for your mass goal. He's a chunker. Not that kind of girthy. Get your head out of the gutter, please. He's just a chonker. No other girth being talked about here. Do I need to bring out like a water bottle and spray you? We can vassalize this lad. The High Chiefdom of Brightwood. I don't... Where are you? There. Would you like to be our vassal? Stormguard is trying to come in again. But we still want islands from Stormguard, so no. Actually, let's go kill... Let's go take their stuff. Excellent. So now I have a bit of a problem. Possibly. No, this is... No, we don't have a problem. We don't own enough to form another kingdom. So it's all good. It's all good. We needn't worry. But we could fight Stormguard. Or we could try anyway. Though it's only 2 things in Tol Barad. And we don't have a lot of prestige to bring in anyone. And they might not even do it. He could be girthy in other places. I don't know. It's true. I shouldn't judge like that. I shouldn't judge like that. This weird clover formation land. This is such a video game thing to exist. This is such a video game thing. Oh, excuse me. Summon the physician. A shadow of a daisy. What do you want? We do not wish to hurt the economy, so let's go with a soft approach as our wife suggests. Our woman. Wonderful. Worked. She gave us the good stuff. Pushing someone else's claims is so expensive in this. So expensive. Everything is so expensive. Well, we're working on all of it. Sadly, we do have to construct a city here first. That doesn't help us much. We want castles. And we don't have a lot of space for castles. Who are you? No. And just because you asked me, you go into prison now. Into the dungeon. And you become tortured. On top of it, because you dare ask me. You dare ask me this nonsense. After you rebel or something, I don't remember why we put you in prison. Wait, did Khadgar just die? No, they just left the Union. Alright, if you care, if you want to. The most saintly life of Patriarch Cho'Gall is what we could start our thing on. Who are you? Are you one of mine as well? Kingdom of Zuldrak. Yeah, let's bring them in. Ah, yes, Saintly, your middle name. Cho'Gall the Butcher the Saintly. I mean, it's nearly the same. It's nearly the same. You wouldn't think it, but it is almost the same. Alliance form King Rushtul. I wonder if this dark portal will ever reopen. Does not have any liege. Like, we probably have to take it from Kilthalas at some point. Which might not be so easy. Because it would be fighting in the Alliance. Oh, we made a friend. Because he dedicated an artifact to us. As well he should. We are very dedication worthy. Worthy. Our acquaintance Radov died. That's the guy we just tortured, isn't he? Oh, you bring money? You are even more welcome. Look at that little knight here. Standing there. Looking sideways. Our royal court is at level 8. Good stuff. Troth cannot marry. Why do you keep telling me they can? Game. Dear game. Why don't you know anything about yourself? Okay, where do we put them? What was her hardest kill, I wonder? Oh, that's not bad. Here. And these guys can go there. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Let's see. So Storm Guard is very achievable, honestly, but it's just so costly. But it's only really... let's do it. Let's do it. We got all the party in the world. Or do we reform our religion? One artificial I want to give someone is the Psalter of Cuckoldry. Yeah. I think I've gotten that before. It's a little bit awkward to get. Let's create a new Doombringer faith. Let's go. Let's dive into this. We have all this piety, which we're not using for anything, and we can be a little bit better here. So first of all, we're going to go choose a name. And this will be Gorian Might, Gorian Mightism, Gorian Mighty, Gorian Mighty, Gorian Might is our description. And that's all we have to say. That's all we're ever going to say about that. We need a nicer color. It will be royal purple. Right there. And we need a faith icon. It will be the stones we toss with our might. Astrology. Now, let's see. There's so much going on here. So much happening. Sacrificial ceremonies. Executions earn piety instead of costing. Never cost prestige when sharing power. Adherents can decide to end their life when old and capable on your death. Doing so does not incur any of the normal penalties from suicide. Unrelenting faith. Nah. We need something that gives us money. Adaptive counter conversion resistance. Infidel vassals are less likely to join independence. Populist factions. That's pretty good. Start with that. Sacred murder. I don't think we need sacred murder, but it's with our tenants. Let's go for equal. Let's change the tenants around a little bit. Religious. We are pluralist. Counter conversion speed. I think we're gonna go for righteous. The Psalter is part of the Royal Courts DLC, sadly. I don't think it's worth it just for that. I don't think it's worth it just for that. Okay. Head of Faith will remain temporal. So lay clergy it stays. Pilgrimages will stay encouraged. That's fine. Marriage type concubines is fine. Always allowed is fine. Legitimization. No legitimization. I don't really care. Consanguinity. I think we're gonna go stay there. We're not gonna add more. I hope they make unique artifact and stuff with this mod like Game of Thrones did. No, it's like you said, if it was a content creator, then yeah, but as a player, it's not. It really isn't. Does Game of Thrones have its own artifacts? The mod? I mean, I feel like I have some artifacts here that I've seen that are also unique to this. I think I've seen some, but I might not be entirely clear. Like, I would like to change this. Why can't I change these? Like, why can't I not click on this? Why can't I only change this? Magic doctrines. Where are we currently on the cost anyway? Accepted, idolized, ignored, accepted. That's all fine. Recruitment. Domain taxes go down. No, thank you. We'll go for control. All corrupted clergy, control growth, plus 20%. The rest I don't really care so much. I mean, nah, levy reinforcement rage is pretty good, but I think we'll rather have them on control. Clerical gender, that's fine. Clerical magic is allowed. Temporal revocable. Bewailing Muriel. Cremation. The funeral activity costs greatly reduced gold. That's pretty good. Piety, reduced stress, reduced gold cost. Rulers give charnel grounds can be built. Vassals may build a great tower of silence. Mummification costs more gold, yields powerful artifacts at the end of the activity. Ooh, that sounds great. Let's go with that. Adaptive tenant is not allowed. Sacred murder tenant is not allowed. Yes, I'm aware. I'm trying to change these. But you're not letting me. Okay, let's see. Where can I get Warmonger? Is that in here? No, it isn't. Powerful. I only had crap green ones when I tried. From the mummification? I mean, green ones give 80 gold when you destroy them. So that's pretty powerful, I would say. But if it costs like 300 to make them, then obviously that's not really... Mummification, yeah? Dang. So how do I switch these if I'm not allowed to have these? Click to change. You're lying! Why do you lie to me, game? So that's a bit of a problem. I can't change these. I know it's not allowed, but I can't do anything about it. Maybe they made it so you can't change the fate too much since it fits your race. I mean, maybe. What was it what we really had? We had... What did we have? This? Sacred murder is already in there. No, that's not what we had. We had ritual sacrifice. I can't change Cult of Strength. I don't necessarily think I need to, but that is really odd. Let me just click anything, really. He says, looking at everything. Okay, we could get critical approach. Just not allowed to have adaptive. Exaltation of pain. Make sadistic a virtue. Compassionate a sin. Our old faith will consider us astray. Eh, that's fine. Can't change that. Can't change this. I mean, monasticism is usually the choice, right? Ritual suicide could be a nice idea to get a new character without having to wait 2,000 years. No, I want to wait 2,000 years. I get where you're coming from, but I like playing with the same character a long time. I'm always happy when my actual CK3 characters live a long time. Reincarnation. County conversion resistant children have a chance of being considered as a reincarnation of an ancestor, giving them bonuses, piety, and opinion. I mean, that sounds great, doesn't it? We're not allowed to change that. We like pain. We believe in reincarnation. Like, these could have been... I think... These could have been adjusted a little bit. Unrelenting faith. I think this might be good. Faith hostility advantage +2. Prowess +4. Members of the clergy can serve as commanders or champions. I think that's great. Let's check through here if we want to change something still. But I think all this is pretty good. We could get legitimization in here. That's not a problem.
WolfLad 96 redeemed. The Emperor shall switch to narrator mode. 4 meters.
It does 4 meters. It's minutes, you fool. Alright, says the Emperor. Reacting to the just redeemed Emperor shall switch to narrator mode. He continues. So, deviancy accepted. Could be virtues, but we can't do that. Male adultery. Everyone is allowed to be an adult. He reads out and talks about. Maybe we also make witchcraft virtuous. That sounds like a fun thing to do, especially since we are a witch. He continues to say about his current path in selection. He doesn't quite know whether or not his being a witch will then make him even more virtuous. But he wouldn't admit that. Not to his viewers. Not like that. So he will simply click on it. And click he does. He wants to spend more piety. And says so. You know, I would like to spend some more piety. So let's maybe throw all these magics here up to accepted. We are, after all, the very first Ogre Magi. Might as well really lean into the magic, the Emperor says. Thinking it might be a good idea, but it might also not. What does enslaved mean? He openly wonders and looks at the tooltip. Characters who use air mages are not minded. Are not minded, he reads, not really understanding what he's reading, and says so as well. The hell does that mean? Adherents cannot learn. Nah. Harmonized. Harmonized. Enslaved is fine, I think. There we go. Magic isn't in the game yet. No, it is, I think. At least you can have magi and stuff. And there are people who are magical. So... he's not quite sure, but he still gives the answer to the chat question. Thinking it might look better than not saying anything at all. Oh, so you need a specific trait for it, he reads from chat. And he nods. That, yes, indeed, you need to have something like otherworldly or magical. I think our... she has it? No, she doesn't have that. No one around us is magical at the moment. Oh, she's possessed. Are you magical? No, you're not magical. Well, let's bring you in. Let's have another concubine. The Emperor continues. And reads the chat, who says, check Medivh. We'll check Medivh, he answers. Let's finish up with our religion, shall we? He counters. And clicks again on the button to create a new religion. Where he has to click on the stones again because they are removed. Which is a little bit of a problem. And then, looking at the piety they need to spend... he looks at chat once again and asks, alright, we're ready. Should we create our new faith? The Emperor patiently waits for chat to catch up due to the stream delay and wishes to see whether or not chat actually answers this question. Wolfland says yes, Genius says sure. The Emperor is delighted to actually have received answers from chat. And so, sure, but do Warmonger. How do I do that? The Emperor asks after having read Ahsoka's question. Request? Let's call it a request, he says, because he considered for a moment. Is that even in here? He asks. Because I do not see Warmonger. He ponders. But maybe the Emperor is simply blind. As he cannot see Warmonger in there at all. It does not seem to exist, he says. Unless you can see it. Some form of it should be, Ahsoka says. The Emperor shrugs. Don't know what to tell you, he says. I can't see it. Not every faith has it, Genius says. And I think that is quite true there. So we're going to keep Exaltation of Pain, keep it all that, and let's go create that thing. Frail and weak, delicate, loyal. All those are sins to us. Disloyal. Possessed is also a virtue. We have so many virtues. I would think the chaos would have it. No. We're not chaotic. Alright. Our new Gorian mightism has been brought. Let's go and spread the good word of Gorian mightism in our kingdom here. Technically, there's a form called taxing non-believers similar to jizya, sort of in Islam. Sylvanas has warmongering in her faith. And we can check it again. So I think what you're talking about was somewhere here. Tax non-believers. But I don't think tax non-believers actually... I don't think tax non-believers is the same as warmonger. You need a holy site. Yeah, I do. But the nearest holy site for us, sadly, is basically here in Karazhan. Oh, actually, the Dark Maya. Ah, that's Quel'Thalas, though. Dalaran, the Tomb of Sargeras, the Felguard, Eredruin, and Demon. Oh, you're quite alone. Let's go take that thing. Let's go take us the Tomb of Sargeras. I think we should have that. It'll be a bit of a stretch for us to do that. But... where are my flags? Here. It's okay, it's not Muslim. Just speak a tiny amount of Arabic. Okay, there was a correction I didn't see and I can't see it right now. I got most letters, but it just added some and forgot some. But apparently I can't type English. We all got our issues. We all got our issues. The Gorian mightism schism. The mightism schism. That's fantastic. Corrupted warlock have lost their way and can no longer be trusted to guide us. To remedy this, I have gathered a select group of warlocks together to discuss the future of our faith. Impassioned warlocks are already talking about launching crusades and spread the new faith across the world and claim that the only way to show proper devotion is by honoring Sargeras with human sacrifices. Gorian mighty eagerly await the prophesied arrival of the Shadow Lord, a great leader who will rally all of the faithful behind them and usher in a new Gorian mightism golden age. The world will see that Sargeras favors us. So they shall. Let's get our troops up and send them... Oh god. To where even? There. It's all good. I struggle to type English and it's my first and only language. Everyone struggles with English. There are certain words in English I avoid writing, such as success, because I never quite know how many C's and S's and where exactly they are. Yeah, let's become friends. It's always good to have friends. If you can get a friend, always get it. Oh, Kultira's lost the dead, lost this thing. Someone already trying to get it? No? We will then soon. Sadly, Kultira's didn't break apart further. Oh, they actually did. The Duchy of Channel Islands. Well, that is very unfortunate for them and extremely fortunate for us. Oh, more people want to come into our little Twisted Ones alliance. Let's come on, little Tolvir. Join us. We'll explore the hills ourselves to try and kill the Lady of Kultiras. Are there more? Oh. Gorian Might Victorious. Could go for that. But it gives us the very same as this would. See, the Legends thing is also kind of boring. I'm learning Irish. For me, it's more of the grammar that gets to me, especially the word order, as English is an SVO language and Irish is a VSO language. Meaning verb, subject, object, subject, verb, object. Oh, we're getting our behind-handed here. We just lost this battle. That's not good. You want a truce with us? Yeah, I'll take that. You need to go help me stop bleeding money so hard. Our army was entirely beaten. That was the disembarkation issue. Legends DLC was meh indeed. Yeah. Looks like the trolls have shattered even further. Oh yeah. This is looking bad for them. And good for us. Very good. So it would be something like 8 iron apple. Oh god. Why did we get crushed so hard here? They do have some infernals. It's not good for us. But we do have our Magi who should absolutely crush all this. Is there a new king in Stormwind, or did just Stormwind leave us? I think there's a new king in Stormwind. Let's see. The Bilgewater Cartel would like to join. Let's bring in all the goblins. I like that a goblin has the honest. Looks, you had penalty. Yeah, I had the disembarkation issue. You gain a very good book artifact. Let's go. 99% chance. We don't have that many artifacts yet, so that's actually pretty cool. Our courtroom still has space. I mean, look at that. We don't have a single book yet. Fine Making Gold. Prestige and Stewardship Lifestyle Experience. I mean, that's not a great book, but might as well. Brought me book new. I brought a new book. It's funny how this sounds wrong to us, right? The Royal Court is now a Court Grandeur 7. If you want something with a similar structure, just start learning German. Stormont would like to join the Twisted Ones again. Come on in, buddy. Come on in. You just left, but you can immediately come back. I appreciate that. So this time we should win. Should does not mean we will, though. Gorian Mightism Exaltation. Very good. This is still going against us. We're still losing this. This is incredible. How are they defeating us so hard? We lost legitimacy over this even. Good God. Oh. Wait. Did they take me prisoner? No, they took my vassal. Oh, great. And now another army comes in and also gets bashed. I thought they might take the win there. You know? Just swoop in. Take the victory from me. It didn't. Let's go right back in there. We can do it. Why is my spouse no there? Why do we have this horrible warlock? Oh god. So many things to take care of. How about we put someone in who actually knows what they're doing? Our brother-in-law and champion. Goodbye. Very good. That's all much better. So what's up with our spouse? She must be a ruler somewhere. Why is our spouse not in our court? What is this? Call in allies. Russian has different verbs, perfect and imperfect, so I went to school and I was on my way to school uses different verbs. You don't have a commander. I do not indeed. I will get crushed. I will get crushed even with a commander. Let's watch this. 2,000 worth is 296. I'm just gonna bash my head in again. I just want to see what happens. Let's bring in the Girthy to our war. I just want to see. I just want to see this. I just want to see how we lose against this. Let's kill Admiral Merrill. And she was killed by us. Yep, we're losing again. Oh, no, we're turning it. At the last second, we're turning it around. And the venture company, sure. Let's bring in all the goblins. Right, so this... Oh, they just got more troops. Good thing we called in an ally. Who is right here next to us. Storm Guard. No. Still no. Oh god. Oh dearie. Oh no. Steam Weedle Cartel. Let's bring all them in. So this is kinda insane. That I mean, there was a whole DLC about this bit. There was a whole World of Warcraft add-on about this particular bit. It's a naked goblin leggy and naked short stack. Okay, can someone tell me what pog or poggers means? Please. I know I'm showing my age with that question, but please, someone, enlighten me, finally. Kultiras would like to be part of our Twisted Ones. I mean, you're much prettier than your mother, but no thank you. Go away. Pog, just more you're happy. It's a emote. Play of the game. That is what Pog means. Google Pog emote. It feels like a trap, but I'll do it regardless. So when you won the war, you could have shouted poggers. It's not, I swear. Okay, I have seen this emote. PogChamp. Why is this? Twitch bans PogChamp emote after streamer tweets. After streamer tweets goo text tweets graphic footage from Capitol riots. What? What? What is going on? So if I say, I don't know, something happened with the guy. Those chattering teeth are Pog. How are the chattering teeth play of the game? I'm so out of my depth here. Delegated payments, army gold maintenance. Let's go for that. Yes, we can use that. We need less money spent on armies. The girth came to our rescue. Broken Shore is all Murlocs. It's a fully Murloc dominated domain. This is Pog. Those chattering teeth are Pog. It's just wide open eyes and an unhinged mouth. That is what Pog is. Alright. So it doesn't mean play of the game. It means that? You want freedom, you can have in death. Come at me. You don't understand. You don't understand what you just got yourself into. The Hosen uprising will be defeated with the power of 1,000 suns. The stretch will happen in a moment. I need to first bring in 1,000 suns upon our enemies. Upon those fools who dare raise in rebellion against us. They don't know what they're doing. Oh, but they're gonna learn. They're gonna learn now. They're gonna so learn. I'll do it in a second. Give me a moment. There's a lot of people I need to call into this war. A lot of people who need to destroy this Hosen uprising. A lot of people. God, I love defensive wars when I'm really stacked on the alliances. Okay, I think this is enough. I think they will learn the lesson. Wait, no, 6,000 Ramkahan. Let's bring them in. Okay, they might learn the lesson. This is silly. What do you mean? We have how many alliances? We have all the alliances. Thank you for looking out for my health. Giving me a little stretch in between here. Listen, when I was first suggested to put in these, they were called Tamagotchi redemptions. I was like, you know. Who would do that and what for? But the more I stream and the longer I stream, I realize I wouldn't think of doing these things that are kind of important to do now and again. It's very interesting. So these Tamagotchi redemptions are actually pretty good for everyone involved, I think. Thank you. What is the alliance looking like in the thing? Let's look in the thing. It's looking good, I should tell. This is all the alliances in our union. We have almost 90,000 strength. What is the alliance? You know, the one that wants to kill the orcs. Know the alliances. The alliance. Let's see. The alliance has 34,000. The Kaldarai making up the majority of that. I mean, look at that Nelf Empire. Look at them. They're thriving. The Horde doesn't even exist anymore. It's just a Wormrest Accord and us. And the Alliance there. Everyone's coming. How easy is German to learn as I'm looking to learn some new language? It's utterly horrendous. The grammar sucks. The grammar sucks so hard. It's a fun language, I think, but it sucks. I think it sucks to learn, probably. Oh, look. More uprisings. Into which we have to call in even more people. Let's do it again. We got friends. All the twisted ones are getting motivated to move now. Against these silly little uprisings here. I think that will be enough. I think that will be enough. The grandma? The grandma? What are those huge, like, spikes in a circle? This? This is, this is the Maelstrom. I'm confused. What do you mean, G69? No, that's the Maelstrom. That leads down into the heart of the world. And this is where Deathwing sleeps and stuff. I know he said grammar, but it sounded like grandma. Yeah, the grandma is very hard. The grandma is very, very hard. Deep Elm. I mean... Okay. I mean, I was watching... Damn it. Do It For Bruce earlier. Over on Twitch. And he said we can invite some agents. But to me it sounded like we can invite some Asians. Looks like all the allies are coming to us. Yeah. Bruce is still going. Well, good for Bruce. Let's enforce our demands. So be it. And let's go crush us some rebellions here. Let's go fight these fools here. Let's go real wide, real far. Oh, wait. Just wait a moment there. There's bigger fish to fry right there. So we'll go fight them first. The entirety of our army is coming together. You want to join the Twisted Ones? Sure, even more Mogu. This time the green variety. They taste like kiwi. Look at them being crushed by 12,000 strong armies. I was watching a streamer who only spoke German, not gonna lie. The content was great, but no clue what he was saying. And also he had an awesome neck tattoo that I kind of like. I don't have any tattoos whatsoever. What about the 2K stack? That just got obliterated into nothingness. We won one of the wars. We did indeed. Let's win the other one. We just set the whole world into motion. I want more tattoos. More power to you. Absolutely get them. Like, I was thinking about what would I tattoo? Like, what is a thing that I am and have been convicted. Like, what is my greatest conviction in life? That is what I was asking myself. What would I even get tattooed? If I ever did. And I think the main thing that I kind of relate to is content piracy. in the age of everything being as a service, you are constant. Like you don't own anything. Basically, we don't own anything. The times of I buy something, I own it are kind of gone, unless you buy stuff like books, you know. But games specifically, holy heck! What if Steam shuts down tomorrow? I mean, it's very unlikely, but what if, right? So it's a big problem. And I think piracy... I'm strong on if buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing, you know? So I think piracy... This is why you pirate. Yeah. I think piracy is somewhat of a moral obligation these days. I think it's morally justified. It possibly even is required. So, you know, I'll probably get a ban of the Mexican flag as I'm from that duchy. Mercian flag, okay. I swear, Ahsoka, are you being paid by the people who made that mod? Why is your war score still 50? Because you still have some soldiers left. Alright, fine. We'll go get them. You ain't? I don't think she is the CEO of that mod, but... If I had someone shilling so hard for me as you are for that mod, I just like it as people put the heads of people on spikes of Disney World. Yeah. Okay, so they're going somewhere else. Where are they going with their silly little ship? And their silly little dreams? Where are you going? I don't want to keep my people on ships. It's very expensive, so make a choice. Bloody autocorrect changed Mercian to Mexican. I had good times with CK2. I mean, it was a great game. Still is. Does anyone here remember the Monarch's Journey challenge after when CK3 was announced and we were waiting for it? They released basically little achievements that weren't achievements for CK2 all the time. I did all those. That's when I started on doing YouTube content for Crusader Kings as well. Kinda. I subbed to it, but I didn't try yet. I ain't the CAO, and I'm a female. Yep. It's hard to tell from your name. Even though the character Ahsoka is female, doesn't mean that you are. As a person, I mean, you know? Like, why do we have 19 soldiers? What are you fighting? Oh, the Ashrains are fighting over the throne. Oh, well. Would be a shame if someone came to take Stormsong right there. Holy War. Other Titani rulers might join. I don't care. We're going in there. We are going in there. We're above our domain limit though. We'll bring in an ally. I think we're gonna bring in the Girthy again. He did great for us. Where is he? Anyone see the Girthy in here? Asuna. There he is. Right on top. Very first one. It's very expensive though. Do we have someone cheaper? Yeah. Deep Elm. Much cheaper. Should be in the title of the stream. How many times have I told you I'm a female? I didn't call you a she. A he. I said she. Why are you yelling at me? You should convert people. Should be in the title of the stream. Good evening, Mr. Vinland. Is that game where you marry your sister and then she cheats on you? That's a fairly accurate, possible, yeah? That can be that game, yes? I mean, it's not that easy to do what you just said, but it is possible to do what you just said. It is certainly possible. We're playing a mod, though. So it's a little bit different. Habsburg edition. Yep. So we for sure need an ally here because we are looking at fighting several hostile armies, which we don't necessarily need to directly fight, but we sorta will, because they are standing in the way of what we're wanting to get as well. Pretty much. The chieftain, please come in. Thank you. And I'm over my domain limit again. So what shall we give away? I mean, I think I want to keep the Tomb of Sargeras. Where is it even? Ah, right there. I think I want to keep the Tomb of Sargeras for myself, so we're going to give up something up here. Let's see. Borealis we're going to keep. We'll give that to my granddaughter. Why not? Let's get some women here into leadership. What is chieftain and a Yaldom? I saw it in a different stream, but I don't remember to ask. Ah, very good questions. So, the problem with the different cultures is that the same thing has different words for it, although it's the same thing. A chiefdom and a Jarldom are basically counties. That's the issue. That's why I struggle playing like Indian. I like playing Indian, but I never can keep apart what the things mean. So basically you have this structure, right? You have a county. I can't select the county right now. We have a county. In that you have baronies. That's the little sections of the county. Above the county you have the duchy. Above the duchy you have the kingdom. Above the kingdom you have the empire. And the jarldom and the chiefdom, like the chiefdom is the county level, whereas the jarldom I think is a duchy level. That's what those mean. It just depends on the culture, what you're in, what they're called. But they're the same. They're just different words for the same units of area, basically. Are these raiding me? Oh no. Why are you so strong against me? What is that? I love this. I love that the Lich King is just literally a frozen block of ice that's slightly moving. Yeah. You're welcome. And yeah, as Mr. Vinland said, chiefdom is county level for... How do you come in here, Mr. Vinland, and ask us if this is the game where you can... When you can explain chiefdom, county level, tribal government, Jarldom, duke... How? Huh? How? I smell some shenanigans here. I smell some intrigue. I feel some betrayals happening in here. So I'm assuming chief and jarl are the titles given to the person. Yes, if you are a count in a tribe, then you are a chief. If you're a duke in a northern Germanic tribe, then you are a jarl. So duke is jarl, chief is count, but they mean the same thing, basically. Just for different cultures and different title levels. So let's see. Our messenger brings us news that the high priest near Zul, the sleeping duke of the Deathbringers, has announced that a new world power is rising. So the Scourge has just basically formed itself, driving the will of the Lich King. Driven by a singular purpose to spread death and decay, they seek to consume all life in Azeroth. Devoid of morality and compassion, they are the embodiment of darkness and despair. Raised from the remains of the fallen, they serve as a vanguard of the Lich King's unholy dominion. With necromantic powers at their command, they march forth to extinguish the light and plunge the world into eternal darkness. I've never understood the motivations of the villain for the villain's sake, you know? Trade coalition wants in. And why would we lose so hard against this small army? They have a high quality, so that matters. The war rage is on. We have a new opponent, though. My goal is the same. Let's first try and kill these. We might be losing here. I don't know if our ally actually gets to join in this. They do not. So we are losing against... Okay, we turned it around in the very last moment. In the very last moment. In the extremely last moment. It couldn't have been laster. Cho'Gall can marry. Challenge to a board game. Sure, let's go. And we're gonna go with a learning challenge. You can outthink me, you think? No. You cannot. Let's play again, buddy. Out of curiosity, what made you choose this mod over the standard edition? Okay, so I have some people here in chat who keep hounding me to play a certain mod. I am not interested in that certain mod. So as a compromise, after trying that certain mod, I said, okay, I'm gonna try other mods. And in choosing a mod, I wanted to do something that I find actually interesting, where I have some interest in the source material. So I went for the WarCraft themed mod because I'm pretty deep in the WarCraft thing. Not anymore, sadly, because Blizzard sucks and they did only bad things and they deserve to die as a company. And a lot of the people that actually ran the thing also deserve their early death. Hopefully very painful. So that's what made me choose to play this over the base game. Usually, and for years, I've only played the base game, and I kind of insist that the base game is perfectly fine and valid and you don't need mods. But I understand that there's a large amount of population out there who really, really get a lot out of mods like these. And to be quite honest, this is much better than I expected, because I kind of understand who's who, what is what, where is where, you know. And yeah. Kultiris, I am at war with you right now. I understand you want to become part of the Blizzard Ones. Imperor declaring holy war against Blizzard. If I could, I would. I mean, you cannot imagine the joy I felt when they finally kicked out Bobby Kotick. And all it took was being bought by Microsoft. Well, when you start having a lot of hours, mods are a good change. See, I'm 360 hours in and almost 1,000 hours on CK2. You shall stand by me with your hurl? Will you just hurl on them? I mean, that sounds good. The Keeper Loken of Ulduar wants to join us. Ulduar wants to join us. Come on, Keeper Loken. I've not played any Blizzard games, but down with them. It's just, they were my childhood in terms of early teens. World of Warcraft. See, many people don't get it, I think, or don't get the chance to literally fulfill a childhood dream. I don't think many people get that option or choice. When I was 11 or something, I got my hands on Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 1. And I played that a lot. A hurl is a wooden stick used in the Irish game of hurling, usually made of ashwood. That sounds pretty dangerous. I will take that as a support weapon in this holy war against Blizzard. So when I was 11, I played a lot of Warcraft 1 and a lot of Warcraft 2. There was a time when I would have said Blizzard was my favorite video game company, but that was a long, long while ago. Agreed. Agreed. So I played Warcraft 1, I played Warcraft 2 a lot. Then came Warcraft 3. I played a lot of that. And as I was a kid, you know, I played it with my best friend. And when I came home in the evenings and I walked back home and I walked through like a dark park or something, I always imagined how it would feel like to be like a little human soldier and suddenly there's a huge troll jumping out from behind a tree and attacking you, or a huge orc or something. And that was always in my mind. Like, what would it be like to walk into these places, to be around these magnificent creatures and see all this? And then came World of Warcraft. And I got to literally experience it. You cannot imagine the amount of endorphins. Like, I've been chasing this high since I was 16 or something. I think World of Warcraft EU beta released when I was around 15, 16 something. And ever since then, I've been chasing this high from stepping foot into World of Warcraft for the first time. Getting to finally experience it. Getting to feel how it is. Getting to be a night elf archer. Which was, incidentally, my very first character. After my paladin dwarf in the beta. Like, it's incredible. The sadness I feel over not being able to enjoy this anymore. Because they are just such a sucky company all around. You know, it's not even that I hate their product so much. It's just all the things they stand for. Or don't stand for anymore. It's just horrible. What is brilliance? Oh, that's a clan thing. That's a clan thing, I think. Tax jurisdictions. Yep, that's a clan thing. So what would... What the hands... Yeah, brilliance is a clan thing. This is only if you're playing a clan government. Which we are. So... I never play a clan, that makes sense. See? You don't even need to play mods. You can just play a clan. That's an entirely different experience. Well, not entirely, but it's a different experience. It's a nice change. Coincidentally, I don't have a rightful rulers or blood. Okay. Now, we were talking about min-maxing earlier, real quick. What it was, right? I go the RP route, so I roleplay. I'm gonna look and think about what has Cho'Gall been doing for a while. He doesn't care about kin anymore. He hasn't cared about improving his bloodline. Well, I played it once before the Dynasty 2 was there. Alright. Rightful rulers. He doesn't care. What does he care about at the moment? I mean, rightful rulers actually maybe. That's not so far off. But I think he cares more about glory. I think he wants prestige. Because he needs it. He needs to have a higher standing so he can achieve his goals. That's what he needs. The greenhouse. What about Vibrant Court? What about Vibrant Court? Where is that even? There. No. I don't think he cares about that. I mean, yes, your addition as a tree, sure, he would care about that. That is true. But I think he's more inclined towards getting more glory. He wants here. He wants to have a renowned name. That's what he wants to have. He reformed the faith. Yes, it's true. But that was kind of just... Now we're going to go with this. We want to go for renowned name. That's where we're looking to go. Good evening, Mimsy, by the way. So nice you could join us. Glad you're back. Glad you're around. And my nation would like to join your side as the Twisted Ones. Who are you? The Kingdom of Niflvar. That is more Virkul. Sure, come on in. So yeah, I'm really sad about what Blizzard has become. In your opinion, do you prefer playing clan, tribal, or feudal in the base game? I gravitate towards feudal because that is my cultural heritage. I am German. That is our cultural heritage, really. So that's why I gravitate toward it. I like knights. I don't like the feudal. I wouldn't want to live in the feudal system, but I'm fascinated with medieval Europe, you know. Well, I don't think the Scourge will do anything with how stack your alliance is. I sure hope they don't try anything with us, but they might try something elsewhere. Countess Miller is raiding us. Cute. More Furbolg. Furbolg. Come on in, buddies. Not sure why, but your stream always starts buffering for me now and again. Well, I'm sorry. I also don't know why. But I've seen it on Do It For Bruce's stream as well. I think I need to restart my router at some point, or rather my modem. My router is fine. My modem needs a restart. Remember Thursday's stream? We got a raid of like 20 people or something, or 15. And immediately my stream fell apart. Can I ask something that may come across as a bit rude, but please understand, it's more just out of curiosity. Well, that's a big lead up. Let's go. Sure. Ask. I can always tell you that you're rude and that I'm not going to answer. Maybe it's a bitrate thing. I mean, my bitrate is pretty darn stable. On my end, anyway. I like both Tribal and Feudal. It's a different pace of playstyle. Clan is just weird to me. The fact that everybody wants an alliance with you and stuff. Clan is really fun to play. I was surprised. Especially since you don't have the Confederate partition issue early on. Like, you don't need to worry about succession almost at all. So that's kind of nice. It's a nice change. But apart from that, it's not that interesting, really. True succession is very easy, yeah. Oh god. We got some brilliant gemstones here. Nah. We'll take the gold out of these. We'll destroy them. Get us some money back. I'm very curious what question Wolflad is gonna come up with. Very curious. Ah, yes. Horses. I was still disinheriting and stuff just to get the kid I wanted, so it didn't change much for me, but you don't have to for every kid. I guess that's nice. Yeah. It quite is. Alright, let's push our claim here. Spawn the wall. I watch a lot of CK3 on Twitch, and I did notice that there are a lot of CK3 screaming about Germany or Russia. Why is CK3 so popular with German streamers? I mean, it's a good game, just curious. I love that you thought this could be rude. That says a lot about you as a person, and I think you are a good person. That you thought that could have been rude. Don't worry, it's not rude. So for Russians, I can't tell, but for Germans, Germany is very into the simulator genre. Like, to a ridiculous degree. Germans are the sole reason there are like 50 million simulators, like farm simulator, police simulator, fire simulator, forklift simulator. All these simulators are because of Germany. These are so popular. So popular. We love simulators around here. Like, there are Euro Truck Simulator, for example. There are literal truckers who play Euro Truck Simulator after work and during work and all that kind of stuff. Also, Germany is in the middle of European history. It is. It really is. I think I was more worried I would word it wrong and it could come across as rude, not gonna lie. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think as a nation at the moment, we are very concerned with our past because German history is wild. It is wild. If we ignore for a moment all the terrible stuff from the 20th century, which is extremely wild, but outside of that, it's wild. So you are surrounded, growing up, you're surrounded by castles. I cannot tell you how many castles I have visited in my lifetime. As a child. It's just everywhere. Medieval history is seeped through our whole identity. Every city that wasn't bombed to shit in World War II has a old core city. You can touch houses and buildings here that are still being lived in today that were built 1,000 years ago, that are still standing from these eras. It's like, that's why we're so into this, I think. Sadly, this game isn't really so popular on Twitch, given it's really fun even to watch, but I guess it's very slow, so people don't like it much. There isn't a lot of action, I think. That's kind of a drawback. Plus, strategy is, especially grand strategy, isn't all that popular. It only spikes if popular streamers pick it up. Like me, for example, you know, for a small streamer, like, we are doing really well, honestly. We're doing really, really, really well. But if there are a lot of people coming in on Crusader Kings, it's usually big streamer picking it up and then 2,000 people watching it. Or when they have sales or new releases of DLC, then it picks up. There are more castles in Germany than there were McDonald's in the US. Are there? Is that true? Are there numbers for that? Because that sounds cool. I'm surprised it's not popular in the UK with the medieval history. I mean, we celebrate the Crusades as part of English culture. I mean, I think UK is probably more for Europa Universalis, because England, while being prominent and important in the medieval age and having a very, very vivid history there, I think UK history heavily focuses on imperialism without ever apologizing for it. But I might be wrong. I can only tell you for Germany, like, we are surrounded by it. I grew up close by Frankfurt. So the place I lived in, we had churches from medieval era. We had cathedrals from then. And running through the hillside that I lived close by was the Limes Wall. So Roman history. Like, there's so much. So much. It's just really omnipresent for us. So let's give all this stuff to some people, because I don't have the capacity to deal with it. Do we have anyone here? Our great grandson. He can have a few. He can have these. Ogre kind will eventually rule all of Azeroth. Let's give this to our daughter. She can have all that. There we go. Look at her. She's a beauty. Also, the Legends of Robin Hood. And yeah, there's a huge celebration of the Empire. But I mean, the amount of castles we have as well. I'm surprised CK3 is more popular. There are around 25,000 castles in Germany. It depends on your definition of castle. But only around 14,000. That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, I don't know. I think grand strategy is strategy in overall, but grand strategy. Should we take over more Morlocks? We could try the Broken Shore, but we almost broke on the Broken Shore, so I'm a little bit scared to do it. We're looking still to form our empire. Let's keep on track, maybe. We own 28 out of 38, but we saw that this place here had broken apart a little bit, so maybe we can get us some good stuff here. Let's go Holy War for the Duchy, because we have more piety than anything. So that's a lot of stuff for us right there. That's 3 more that we need. And we're gonna bring in our good ally, the Girthy. Actually, no, we're gonna bring in Ulduar. They're not too far away either. We really should let our troops recover a little bit. So let's wait for a moment. Yeah, we have a lot of piety. By the way, can you say a massive Danke Deutschland for me for allowing lots of simulator games? Not gonna, that's my favorite genre of games. I'll let the others know. I'll let the others know at our next convention. Condemn him for his transgressions. Yes, he will be condemned for his transgressions. Don't transgress. More Mogu want to join us. Let's go. 10,000. Oh, no, that's the same one. Just new rulership. You know what? Let's bring in some other people here. Oh, no, actually, we need to be careful with our money, with our prestige. We don't have that much. Don't have that much. But the North Coast here, that's a good one. The most serene Republic of Dalaran. Sure, join us, Dalaran. Let's go. How about some counts? Thank you. You're welcome. She's weak. What do you mean? Where is your hatred for our weak people coming from? Ulduar is actually a little bit further away than I remembered. Oh well. Gilneas would be the right ones to bring in, but... Okay, let's check what they have on their little island here. Capturing island territories is always a bit of a problem. Our first stewardship perk. Golden obligations. We can demand payment for hooks. Collect tax effectiveness. Meritocracy. I don't care about that. So Avaricious is probably good for us because there's most money to be had in here. So we're gonna go with the golden obligations and start getting some hook money. Do I even have any hooks I can demand money for? We can ransom Daka Daka. Sure. There we go. We can demand payments. Let's get us some money, but we need to be slightly careful. Chieftain Mogur. Because it changes our house unity a little bit. So we're not going to go too hard. You could get a wife. I have a wife. What do you want? I have all my concubines and my wife. It's all fine. Betrothed can marry. Let's go. See, here is Sorceress. I think you need to have that to get magics. Okay, why can we see the enemy island already? No, we can't. Oh, our ally is doing the attacking for us. We don't even have to do the landing. Go Ulduar, I suppose. Well, then we can go land elsewhere. While Ulduar does that. That is perfectly fine by me if we don't have to throw our troops at the landing. The Exodar. The Exodar is joining us. Let's go. The Draenei. The aliens crash from their ship. The Exodar. That's fun. I don't know, I tried Gul'dan before doing Sylvanas, but I couldn't do magic with him. I mean, I don't know if you can do magic or if you can recruit certain magi. Maybe that's the thing. What are some beginner tips you swear by that maybe some other guides and tutorials may not suggest? Well, that would require me to know other guides and tutorials. I think the most important 3 things I could tell you. I don't know if others don't do that. The very first most important is sticky tooltips. I saw that they were working on it. I think it's not in there yet. Maybe you're right. Yeah, might be. Sticky tooltips. This is the very first thing. Learn how to use them. They are the thing and the best thing ever. It's the best innovation in any gaming, especially strategy games like these, in the last 10 years easy. Sticky tooltips. And I love seeing them more adapted, especially among Paradox. But this was new with CK3. CK3 was the first game that had sticky tooltips. Okay, so sticky tooltips work like this. you have in the options, I don't know what the default is, so we're gonna have to look at the options real quick here. Tooltips mode, action lock. So I have action lock selected, but you can have timer lock, mouse tendency, whatever. Action lock, I have it, and it's middle mouse button. So what that means is the following. If we look at anything here, all the blue things here, open another tooltip, yeah? And look at the border of the tooltip. I press my middle mouse button now, and the border changes. And now that the border is changed, as long as it is so, I can move my mouse off of this for a moment and move into the next tooltip. And I can go deeper by this, and deeper, and deeper, and deeper, and deeper. All the information you could ever need about playing Crusader Kings 3 is in Crusader Kings 3. When you learned Crusader Kings 2, my first... Kimosabe, deeper and deeper, yep. Stop it! That's not... Okay, alright. Okay. Alright, fine. I'll take the L on this one. That's on me. That's on me. You're right. So in Crusader Kings 2, you had to have like a wiki open on the side. You do not have to do that anymore. Almost everywhere you're gonna find useful information in another tooltip, that's the very first thing to know about Crusader Kings, I think. It has nothing to do with the gameplay, but you can find all the info that you want right there. It's right there. Now that I see Kalimdor, I see that this has to be at least the start of World of Warcraft in the timeline since Teldrassil exists. The timeline starts with Warcraft 3. 2, excuse me. That comment, you lose 100 piety. Right. So that's the very first thing I would tell anyone new to the game. Well, then this map is trash. It is. But then again, I mean, Pandaria was always there. They just didn't know about it. Northrend was always there. They just didn't know about it. Kultiras was always there. They just didn't know about it. I would say the World of Warcraft map as it is today is trash. Teldrassil didn't exist until post-Warcraft 3. All of this existed. It's just... Let's try not argue World Warcraft lore. It's garbage. It makes no sense whatsoever. Whatever perspective you look at it, it makes no sense. Let's try avoid this. Let's get back to the question of Wolflad. The next thing is understanding Confederate petition. That is something that super trips me up. Teldrassil... Okay. We just didn't know it existed yet. You're right. Teldrassil didn't exist up to a certain point. It was built after the other world tree was burned down. It was made from an acorn of that tree. But I would argue that the place where they planted it existed. They planted it there. So Teldrassil, this island is not the tree. Teldrassil is in there. Right? I'll accept that argument. Very good. We got it. Alright. That's the second. Understand Confederate petition. Because that is something that trips people up super hard, I think. That island is not the tree. That's fair. The third most important thing about Crusader Kings 3, I think, is if you don't know what to do, look at what has the most green in the tooltip. It's a very gamey tip. But if you really don't know what a thing means, what's happening, like if an event pops up and you just don't know what to pick, look at what has the most green options. And of the green options is the most important to you at that moment. I know we already explained Confederate petition, but that wasn't the question, Ahsoka. The question was, what are my top tips that other tutorials might not cover for someone new? And that is in there. Confederate petition, understanding that is important. And then, okay, look at this for example, yeah? I don't know what any of these particularly mean. I might not even read any of that. Yeah, especially at a certain point of time, you stop reading them. In the beginning, you should, because there are a lot of fun things in there. But eventually, they come and come again, and then you just kind of like, okay, I know what this is anyway. So you just look at what this is. Here we lose opinion, we lose opinion. Here, Closer to a friendship, cause doesn't cost us any stress. Why would we not go with this? Yeah, they're very repetitive indeed. Okay, another one, right? This is a little bit interesting. Because here we might get a medicinal jar, which is not bad, you know. Well, it's not a bad thing to have. But if we force it, we might lose it. If we pick this option, because of our diplomacy in learning, we just get it. So there isn't necessarily green or red in here. This one you kind of have to read. What are the outcomes? Because getting it isn't necessarily green. It's not necessarily good for you. The negative opinion definitely is bad for you. But this one here is actually interesting because giving her this increases her aptitude by +5. And that's much better than having this. This we have forever, sure. Or as long as we repair and keep it. But we're going to have better eventually. So, you know, this option is better. Because I read this and I understood this. Now, understanding these, that might be a bit of an issue at points. Alright, nice. Let's see. Greetings. I'm willing to tutor you. We can both benefit from the tool of... Let's go with that. Another thing, another tip I would really give to someone new. Do not play above speed 3. Play speed 3. That's perfectly fine. You never need to go above that. Just don't go above that. That's my 4th tip. It could be interesting to read if you are RPing a certain way and you would pick the option depending on your RP or not. Yeah, exactly. Alright, let's go get rid of all this nonsense. Do we have some unlanded daughters? We do indeed. You get all of that. Congrats, my dear. Congrats. I play speed 4, speed 3 is too low, and speed 5 is very annoying with how fast you get spent by events. I don't play speed 4. I play when I am a child waiting to come of age. That's when I play speed 4 usually. Or when I wait for a funeral to happen, because they take like 6 months or something to start. Let's see. Lots of money, but we should do that. Sticky tools, Confederate petition, green tabs, play speed 3. Thank you. All hail Imperor the First. Thank you so much. I mean, there's much more, yeah? But I think these help to kind of wrap your head around what's even going on. I do like that the gender bender option is available in the game by default. Yeah. Maybe give them the duchy. Nah, they can form the duchy themselves. Did I get the duchy? Do I have the duchy? Wait. Nah, I don't have any duchy titles. I have only 2, and that's fine. It all gets destroyed when you take it, so... I mean, we could probably form the duchy. Yeah, we could. But we're not gonna. Didn't more break off of them? Down here they did. Let's go take that thing. Our troops get no rest. No rest whatsoever. How much does it cost us? 195 or 130? I'll take that. Thank you. Do I not have a flag here? I do. Just wondering. They give me the foundations of CK3, and once I have a solid foundation, I can build upon that more. Yep. For sure. And also, don't listen to tutorials and guides that tell you that anything is optimal for anything. I don't think there are many things that are super optimal. Like, there isn't one great lifestyle to choose. It always depends on what you're trying to do and how you're trying to achieve it. And I'd say, be open to play with each lifestyle. At least once. Like, see how they work, what they do, and lean into what you're good at in the lifestyle. Try and do more of that. I'm a sucker for learning. Yeah, me too. Breed the courtiers. requests, Ahsoka. Very friendly. With, you know, please, could you look at the courtiers when you find time? Maybe we could breed them. That is, of course, something we're going to do because you asked so very nicely. All right. All good. Wait, didn't we give you... He died? How did that dragon die? Okay, fine. You get another black dragon. How did you die? Mysterious circumstances. Let's marry our dragon. We want more dragon spawn in our kingdom. All married. All married. Not married. What are you? My granddaughter. Go for intrigue. And... matrilineal. Grandson, grandson, grandson. Now we're gonna go with this guy. This human here. Who has some good traits. Dead spouses. I'm not gonna fiddle with them that have dead spouses. I'm not gonna fiddle with that. I don't care. Unless I have this button here, I don't care. You can sort by unmarried. Excuse me. Oh, good God.
Wolflad 96 demands the Emperor shall hydrate.
I can. Oh, good Lord. Thank you. Ah, damn. I love the dragons. I give them lands and all because they are dragons. Another tip is to learn to use the filters and make presets. There are not many you will need. What do you mean I didn't know? I know. I just don't always think of all the things that I can do. That's why I'm not a very good player. Because I don't think of all the things I can do all the times. That's the whole thing. That's the whole deal here. That's why I'm saying I'm not a good player. I know my shortcomings. And this is certainly one of them. You are what? You are a male boy. And we have a male child filter, which is age different 5, inheritable traits, yes please, not lowborn. But since he's lowborn, that doesn't really help. So we're just gonna lowborn. And everyone's gonna be happy. And what do we have here? A sickly magical human. What are you? You're male. So let's throw another human in there. And that's that. All of them done. So gotta be careful you don't leave the filters on. Yeah, you can reset them quickly. You're a fantastic player and an excellent coach teacher. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That is very kind of you to say. You receive Chief Bokar in Royal Court. You could recruit some of the humans you conquer. What for? Humans are weak. Look at us in our orange robes. All orange. You should raid for hostages on the Murlocs. Ahsoka's fixation with the Murlocs is slightly worrying. For breeding with orcs, ogres, I don't know. Then they could become humans. Sadly, there's no crossbreeds. If they introduce crossbreeds, I would be with you on that. But since they could just be human, like who wants to be human? I barely want to be human, and I am one. Murlocs are weak. Yeah, but Murlocs do. So, like, come on now. Let's be honest. Thank you who redeemed the last hydration thing. I am parched. I want to be a bard. You can be a bard and a human. We need more Murloc people. I thought I knew you, Ahsoka. I thought I had you figured all out. Just breed the courtiers and praise after the end as a mod. But here we are, learning new things. Which is great, I think. I think trolls are the only native species on Azeroth. That is correct. Though, I'm not quite... Yeah, no, I think that's right. I'm not quite sure about humans, but... I mean, dwarves, sort of, but... Yeah. Like breeding the Prince of Darkness is amazing for that. Can make interesting humans ghouls and make the ghouls breed together to make super revenants. Alright. Then potentially turn them into vampire. You must direct that at Ahsoka, because I only do the breeding all the time because Ahsoka reminds me. Not gonna lie, I do enjoy listening to Bardcore. I also heard a wonderful rendition of Pumped Up Kicks in Old English. I know the last one. And the Bardcore, there is a Discord channel where Meat Sauce shares music and he's very lonely there. So if you want to drop some Bardcore links in the Discord channel for music under community shares, feel free to do so. Humans, dwarves, and gnomes are all made by giants with Forgotten One's cursed flesh. Sorry by the Titans. That is true. Wait, are the Tauren native? They were here before the Horde, at least. I know that elves are offspring, or rather a mutation, a magical mutation off of trolls. But I think Tauren might have been here as well. I don't know, though. No, of course. The Thunderthorn Confederation. Confederation with Theramore. What does that mean? How does that work? How does that work? Oh, it's just Theramore renamed. Yeah, that's just Theramore renamed. It just works! Cue the Todd Howard meme right there. Elise Lard returns. Well, thank God Lard returns. We need Murlocs in our company. Seems the Tauren might be a spirit-born race like the Dryads. Ah, okay. When the raised voices reach me yet again, let's do a... I'm gonna go with that. Why am I gonna go with that? It's not the greenest option, yeah? There are options that are just green. So you might intuitively think they're better. But the red here is not so bad. -10, but the potential good is pretty good. We do need prestige a lot. So I think we're gonna go with that, even though it might go wrong. And it did go wrong. But if it had to go right, we would have gotten a lot of prestige out of there. And you gain experience. Yeah, that too. I don't care so much about that, but it's a good thing for sure. Like if I find one thing that's good and I want, you know, that's enough for me. What? More Hosen uprisings are in our future. The little monkeys. Prince Cho'Gall has died. How? Under mysterious circumstances. He did not deserve this. Our primary heir has already been killed. So this is his son. Our grandson. Oh boy. We're going very... Oh, he's an orc. Oh, these are all orcs. Nope. There's a Verkul in there. Sure, of course. Another Verkul. Oh, Lord. You want freedom? You shall have it in death. The Kultiran Tirani populace. Let's go. Rally the troops. And again, we're gonna let our allies take care of that. We're just gonna bring in some new faces here. Some Tauren enough. Didn't marry ogre only. How do you get an orc grandchild? It's true. I did not ogre marry only. In this mod is very good since it's so slow. Yeah. It's all quite slow. But to be fair, we're also pretty early still in the game. Like we're not all that far in yet. If this were CK3, I don't quite know where we would be year-wise, but pretty early still. Pretty darn early. Oh, what's this? Nominate a successor? Our daughter and vassal. Dang. Well, we'll nominate our daughter then. Our little night elf daughter. So I think that's cool. You're gonna need to convert your children. Oh, look at that. That's a lot of... That's a lot in there. In that populist uprising. Dang, I got a mosquito bite. No! No! It's that time of year again. Summer is nice until you start getting eaten alive every night. Why do I need to convert my children? Because they ain't your faith. I mean... Let them have their own faith. How did you even see that? Everyone's converted now. Thanks for looking out. We must now declare holy war against the mosquitoes. First we destroy Blizzard and then we destroy the mosquitoes. Which is a very good idea, I think. Man, this rebellion has teeth? You wouldn't think so, but they do. Our princess can have something, sure. Florida, both are bloodsucking. Isn't Blizzard based in Florida as well? Look at all these ships, all these navies coming to our rescue. The city was called Florida? It was indeed. The city of Florida. Alright. They'll just try and call it an Easter egg. And pretend that's okay then. What? Do it for Bruce raiding us with a party of three. So, welcome, good evening. How was your stream? How are you doing? Rat, we're in. Oh, yeah, you are getting a shout out for sure. It was the pits. For those of you who do not know, Do It For Bruce is a fantastic fellow streamer who streams on Twitch and YouTube and also does very cool YouTube videos with, you know, actual editing and stuff, which I don't do because I'm a lazy lub. So, yeah, it's crazy. And earlier he played some Hearts of Iron 4, played some Crusader Kings as well. But I think, Bruce, you also play variety of things, right? So yeah, definitely give them a follow. I think they deserve it. Also, they're very friendly and they hang out here. So, you know, mostly CK3. So if you like that, you're totally right in the right place. And that's kind of important, honestly. I think most people kind of forget about that. Bruce's community is also really, really nice. Which I like. Like Rat comes from there. Also hang out here. Where's my shout out? Alright. You can have a shout out too. Let's see. Oh no, I have to wait. I might forget until then, so. But Rat, I was about to shout you out, sorta. If you hadn't interrupted me. Rat is someone who came to this place through Do It For Bruce and has since become one of our regulars and one of my very favorite chatters as well. So, I don't know. You got some good people over there. And I like that. Let's bring them into our union again. They were already before, but since left for reasons only they can really decipher and know. So how's our empire coming along? Are we getting there? Slowly but surely. Just 4 more. 4 more and we can finally found the Empire of Kultiras. Favorite chatter? I thought I was your favorite chatter. I'm not playing favorites. Everyone is my favorite chatter. How do you even get a character like that? I feel like Ratar, Ahsoka are the ones always vibing. Ahsoka is always very intense, I can say that. Check the prisoners. Wolflad, you're definitely up there as well. But they have seniority. They're regulars. They come here all the time, you know? How do you even get a character like that? We're playing the CK3 mod Guardians of Azeroth. WarCraft 2 Guardians of Azeroth. So that's how we got that. I wonder if the only reason elves don't have regeneration is because they have magic cancer that cancels it out. Maybe. Alright. Another Kultiran uprising. After we just crushed the other one. Let's call in our plethora of allies. Let's bring in everyone. Well, not everyone, but you know, the Mogu can do something. The Ankarhead can do something. I don't even know if I want to raise my own army for this. Well, I will. We're currently not doing a war, so let's go do that. Let's bring in our own troops to try and solve our own problems for once. Ah, Kultiras would like to come into the fold again. Sorry, Kultiras. I'm still about to form an empire. And you're in the way. Still. But not for long anymore, Kultiras. Don't worry about it. We'll soon be done with our goals here. So where are they going? There. Handle the issue personally. Meticulous management. Yeah. I mean, this place probably doesn't pay us much, so getting for a singular thing, Dread is kind of nice, but let's get the popular opinion, because Tomb of Sagaras has a lot of dangerous creatures in it. We don't want them uprising against us. That wasn't good. Like, Tomb of Sagaras completely kicked our butt when we tried to get it. Do it for Bruce. Did people finally, like, did people end up being a little bit nicer? Like, there was this one chatter along with you earlier that was a little bit rude about how you were playing the game, I thought. You handled it really, really well, I must say. Like, I was impressed. You handled that really well. Yeah. Is that a regular? Is that someone you know? Is that normal? I thought that was really rude. What new feature does this mod have? Oh, so many things. So, first things first. I think the biggest feature that it has is this union things. There's something like that in Crusader Kings 2 as well. Where we basically enter a union, we have our own things, and we are allied with everyone in the union. Crusader Kings 2 has something like defensive alliances and offensive alliances and stuff like that. Ooh, what happened? He's kind of intense. Well, I mean, the things I read about, the things that he commented, Do It For Bruce was playing Hearts of Iron 4, and he hadn't played in a while. And he said that. And he was trying to figure things out. And he was just asking chat, you know, is this a good thing? Do we need this? Is this important? What do we do? Makes sense, right? Why wouldn't you? Engage with chat. And this dude was commenting stuff like, it's like watching a child or a baby trying to understand this game. Like, okay, rude. And it was always kind of in that way, you know? Why? Why do this? You know? That's not... Maybe I'm sensitive, but... You know? That was kind of odd in my mind. I didn't like that. And if I had been you, that would have been in timeout, I think, for me. I might not have banned him right out, but I would have said something, and if they didn't change, then timeout. Like, I like this place to be nice, you know? And your place is nice, so I feel like they kind of didn't fit in with that. Hella, did you notice they changed this merchant and why? Is a hard start for me. Hi, Cedicel. Welcome. What is Merchard? I don't quite know. It was hard start for me. I don't quite know what you're asking. Sorry. I also don't use the Irish start. You mean you just now tried to start a new game and the Irish start for you was set to hard? Like, it said it's a hard start? You know what Walmart did? I hadn't noticed that, no. I thought Irish was still the... No, they changed them completely? I still thought that Irish was the easy start and the tutorial start. Take out life insurance policies on his employees. Oh god, Ahsoka. No, sorry, I hadn't noticed that. I can't really say anything about that. I don't really play Ireland all that much. And they knew which were gonna die as they had their medical history. I mean, of course they did. Can always make money off of everything. Do we bring in the Kingdom of Enkila with 282? No. Fend for yourself. I don't need you. You need us, not the reverse. We now must declare a holy war against Walmart. Wolflad coming in with all the holy wars. So who we have? We have Blizzard, we have Mosquitoes, and we have Walmart. I mean, this is a very... At least two of these are similar, you know? One of these doesn't really quite fit into this whole situation. Stormguard sadly only has two things we need. Kultiras definitely is the next one we need to go. Oh, wait. Why are my armies still up? Dang. Would break the truce. Oh no, that means I need to kill another one. So I don't have to break the truce. Holy crap, is this a World of Warcraft mod? Yes, it is. This is Warcraft 2, Guardians of Azeroth. It quite is. I mean, all of them fit, as they're all feet of the dead. I must get this. I recommend it. We had the question earlier and I didn't finish to answer it. So we have the unions thing, where you basically get free alliances, kinda, without needing to marry and stuff. You can also push people, finance them. I don't quite know what it does. So, but yeah, that's there. So this is how they show you the horde and stuff. Like, we got the alliance, we got the scourge, we got the twisted ones, which is us. We got the wormless accord, and these all have their own strengths and weaknesses and members and all that. This is a big thing that the mod does. Another big thing the mod does is bring in races. So based on what you are, things change. So we're ogre, so we have 200 life expectancy, for example. We have a medium health boost. We're not very smart. We don't learn. We're not very secretive, but we're very powerful in battle. Our race class is mammal, which I don't think does mean much beside if you can interbreed. So the Pope can't jump on FIFA. It's kind of funny that Vatican is banned from PlayStation Network. We have 103k. Yeah, our union is pretty big. You're only like 70 years in. Yeah, I'm not very far into the game so far. Why is PSN banned in the Vatican? I want to know the story. It might be a tax thing, quite honestly. It might just be a tax thing. The Holy See doesn't have PSN. I think it might just be a tax thing. Or, okay. The Catholic Church has its own set of laws. Literally laws. And I think that the catechism does not actually cover PSN. But there might be laws in there that make it kind of difficult for them to work with companies like that. Like, PlayStation might not want to have to deal with it. By the way, why? Well, first of all, the Vatican state is a literal state. They are a sovereign nation-ish, sort of. So they have their own laws. They have their own police, all that. But elsewise, okay, really funny and really horrific. In Germany, labor protection laws do not extend to church employees. The church has their own set of laws for their own employees. So you can't, for example, sue for discrimination. The church may discriminate based on your sex in their employment and religious affiliation, which you're not allowed to do in Germany. But it's the church employs on their own laws. So that's legal for them, which is utterly insane in a secular state. But that's how it is at the moment still. So, yeah. I remember there was a point on the Vatican had a publisher that published X-rated novels. Sure. Let's not go into the sexuality and the church debate, because that's a whole big can of worms that is never ending, apparently. And has a lot of worms in it. Literally. Alright, other things that the mod brings. I think as a general basic overhaul, I mean, the map is different, right? But I think overhauling wise, there's not all that much else. We have different... Oh, yeah. Wait, the Marshal is different. The men-at-arms are different. Like, there are flying creatures, there are magi, there are giants. There's a lot going on in here. Like, we can have aerial units. So that's definitely something that they reworked. There's bombards. All that kind of stuff. Actually, Eastern Europe has the PSN, is Belarus and the Baltics and the Yugoslavia area. Is the mod on Steam Workshop? Yes, it is. Also, 3 of us territories don't have PSN. So if you like WarCraft, do check it out. Though, the map, as people have pointed out, is obviously not lore accurate in many, many ways. But, you know. Oh no, I meant that technically the Vatican now has X-rated books in the library as a church-made publisher and keep on pugging. One copy of all books published by that publisher. That sounds just like a national library. Most national libraries do that. Fun fact, I have a book published and that is also in the German National Library. I'm not going to tell you the name because I'm going to dox myself hard on that. But when I was a student, I published a novel with a whole 100 printed, of which I have like 10 sitting somewhere behind me. Still. I've been playing the Game of Thrones mod recently. It's pretty good also. Yeah. Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings ones. Those I kind of want to check out as well at some point. Ukraine has it, Russia has it, Poland, Austria, Romania, Ukraine, all have it. It's time for me to pay. Yes, we need to do our royal court. Let's check out what's going on here. I'm a simple man. Wait. What's going on here? Money or prestige? I don't need court grandeur. I don't care about that at the moment. So, when is the CK3 guide novel coming out? I don't write all that much these days anymore, sadly. I really burned out during university. And the sad thing is that the novel I wrote is kind of garbage. So, you know. But I got a fan thing made once. Someone made a dragon for me. A stuffed dragon. I still got that. I don't know if people got all up on the Sony hate wagon recently, but whatever. Well, because Sony is a pretty atrocious company in terms of their user rights policies, you know? Like, if they can just... Sony, didn't they delete bought movies and stuff? they did that. Like Sony is not very good with ownership stuff. They're very sleazy in that. Entirety outside of Venezuela. Oh my god. Ahsoka, are you still listing all the things that have PSN? Yeah, that sums it up pretty well. Ukraine is weird. You can't make a PSN account without having a console. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to be more generous. Better him spending than me. Oh, I could get the prestige out of this. Yeah, I get the prestige out of it. Let's hold our court. What do we have? Days? Let's go with shared burdens. I think that's pretty good. I still find it funny that the Pope can't hop on a PlayStation and play Warzone with the Cardinals. Must be a terrible sleepover at the Vatican. Like 1.2 billion people in Africa don't have PSN. Okay, why don't anyone destroy Epic for doing the same thing with multiple times now? I mean, people hate Epic pretty much. They've been anti-consumer for a while. It's funny that people are only surprised by it now for some reason. All the companies are 100% anti-consumer, just people love only hitting Sony. Everyone hates Epic unless you're Fortnite simp. Okay now. Let's just agree that capitalism sucks and all these companies really kind of suck hard. I think we can all agree on that. And I think it's more cyclical, you know? Like, who has done the most stupid thing recently? That's where the hate goes. And Sony has been shooting themselves in the foot recently with Helldivers 2. That's the most recent outrage. So that's why everyone is hating on Sony right now. And with Sony doing Ghost of Tsushima things on the PC release, you know, that's also not going super well. You gain the nickname the Child Killer. Would we like to kill a child and become the Child Killer? And then we go on making our legend of being the ultra most pious ever. I'd say Microsoft did. Shutting down companies they straight up said made them tons of money. Yeah, I noticed that. But the thing is that Microsoft is already being shit on for all the stuff they're doing with Windows 11. And now they're being shit on them with that. But the Sony thing is so close to it. Like, there's just so many shitty things happening all at the same time right now. I think we can concentrate on shitting on multiple horrible companies all at once. I think we have the capacity as a human species, right? I think it's fine to hate more than one company at a time. People just love nitpicking when they complain. I mean, is that the point of complaining? Also, you're telling that to a German. Complaining is part of our culture. It's deeply ingrained. We do that a lot. Microsoft getting shit for half a rush. They closed down multiple studios after Falter. Yeah. Found that article about the X-rated books in the church and posted in general chat on the Discord. Cool. I'll check it out later. Thanks. Let's see. We're gonna test the mother. We're gonna do that thing. I'm not gonna go with a sadistic. I don't want to be a child killer. That's crazy. And we're gonna go fell the beast ourselves. And with that, our stuff is done here. We can... What do you want? You want to forge something wondrous, and you were competent at your craft. How much does it cost me? 61 gold. Let's go. And we want regalia. I don't think we have regalia yet. Oh, that's the exact one thing we have. Face me, foul beast. 0% chance we die. Lovely. We'll do it. Now we have no regalia. Very good. MS is a small indie company. They can't maintain all these studios and forces. Games Pass is the only thing I use from other console companies. Even then, if I was rich, I probably wouldn't use that. I know you're kidding, but I've legit seen be serious with that argument. No. We'll explore the mountains to kill that lady ourselves. Let's get our fingers dirty. Shorts can marry. Let's go do it. By the way, that's the second raid in 2 streams. Like, in as many streams. That's crazy. Thank you again, do it for Bruce. I appreciate it. You can vassalize this dude if we give him religious exemption. No. Why would I want to do that? But we can transfer a vassal here. Let's try and kill the next Kultiran leader. Perhaps commoners are not so useless after all. Alright. So why did we kill her? Simple reason. Because we wanted out of the truce. So we can now push for our last holy war here. Actually, we can now go for the entire kingdom, I think. Because we're looking to form the empire out of it anyway. Let's check the requirements for the empire real quick. Let's check the requirements for the empire real quick. We need 36, which we would get. Kingdom titles, we need 2. We have 1. So that would be exactly the right thing. So let's go Holy War. Can't invade. We don't have the ability for that. We're just going to go Holy War that thing. Let's go. Game Pass tried this game out when I was saying Steam. It's the biggest anti-consumer here in Australia. Diablo 4 is 120. Then the game has a $15 battle pass in it, and the battle pass doesn't even give you enough currency to buy the next one if you complete it. Now that's been standard for Blizzard for many years now, sadly. Now call in all the allies. We don't have that much prestige, but we're gonna call in a bunch for sure. Ulduar, Asuna can come again. Gilneas, let's get Gilneas. They're close. Where's Gilneas? There. And that should do it. Let's bring in the Blood Totem as well. And this guy. And that's that. I don't think we can even afford anymore. I should raise my troops, huh? I mean, we're at war. Maybe we fight. I think I might have broken our prestige. No. Barely made it. I forgot this is not a defensive war. So it costs us prestige. You know what the really good thing about modern gaming is? They're putting out so many bad games, it's not even worth it getting most of them anymore. Saving you tons of money. Tons of money. Our culture is now fascinated with Gorian chariots. Oh, we have reached early medieval. Gorian chariots as a man-at-arms. That sounds great. Do we want those? I think we want the partition law though. Hereditary rule always come first. We can finally play the hundreds we never had time to play. I save money by not buying games at full price since they have proven no game should be 70. So if you're being attacked, it doesn't affect prestige, but if you're attacking, it costs prestige. Yes. If you're the aggressor, it costs you resources. Not necessarily just prestige. It might cost you different resources. Like piety, depending. If you're doing a holy war or something. So, yeah. Aggressor has to pay. Defender, not so much. I decided against Game Pass because I buy games rarely these days. Okay, Ahsoka is standing on a whole soapbox. I can't say anything about these, so I'm not gonna read all the cursing there. Early access is the dumbest thing publishers now charge for. Because it's early access, you're just paying to play the game on launch day. Well, actually, you're paying... No, early access, not as get in 2 days early, but early access as in play the unfinished game. I think that's what we're talking about here. The A game I mentioned was Star Wars Outlaws, waited 88, Ubisoft. So those fuckers don't do anything. I don't start new games often. Having a Game Pass should be worth it. Play the Day Zero bug. Okay, it's a single player game. You get 3 days early. Yeah, that is okay. So this is something that irks me overall with gaming. Influencers getting games early has normalized these early access things, play a little bit early type things. It has been normalized by these people because they need to push out videos. They need to be the first, right? And then gamers, players are like, oh, no, I also need to be the first. Everyone is already talking about it. I need to be part of it, right? I'm very glad I'm so unsocial that like, you know, I don't need to talk about anything with anyone. Paying to play it a few days early is what I meant. Okay, I'm sorry. Just paying more. I don't mind paying for PS Plus as it allows me online. But also the free games each month and the amount of games at discount price for free. Yeah. That's pretty good. Yeah, let's go for slightly higher quality. Why not? I think our Kultiran invasion is going well here. Who are you? Stormguard. You want in? No. Still not. You have a piece that is or will be part of my empire in a moment. Introducers have a good job in assisting publishers in doing a bad thing. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. That sucks. I hate it so much. I hate these review channels. I hate that a game is released and day one there's a review. I hate it so much. What have you reviewed? You have not reviewed what we were being sold right now. You have reviewed a preview copy. And how often have preview copies been completely different from the actual product? You know? Often enough. Often enough to get me mad. Okay, we're not hurting for money so much anymore, but I don't see us attacking there in a moment, so we'll just take that. They can have their truce purchased, that's fine. Okay, chat is going a little bit fast right now. I've never seen chat go fast. I'm excited. Thirdly is trusted. Carl Salesman's Congress people. Ahsoka is hating some people right now. I definitely have got my money's worth for yearly cost with amount of games abroad. Yeah, let's be real. It's the same as review articles and trailers, review stuff. Exactly, it is the same. It is the same. It's just gotten worse with all the influencers on top of it. All the big YouTubers and all that kind of stuff. Whether they did that to themselves, gotta go fast. It's true. It's true. Chieftain of Netherhill gains encourage improvements. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. It's the best option. If you got a skill related option, usually those are actually the best ones you can have for the thing that's being asked of. Let's get some payment here. I'd say at least with influence it's slightly better because things get lost in translation with text-based articles. Somewhat. But they're all always in a relationship where they kind of can't say bad things because they possibly lose access, you know? Maybe it's good that my favorite genre is strategy. The influences in that genre are a lot more sane. It's sadly with influence. I mean, let's be honest here. If I could make a living... Oh god, that's expensive. I will not prepare that for that money. If I could make my living off of doing something like this, I would probably also take money or early access to things. I wouldn't take money from publishers, I don't think. Depending on how much, right? But we all have a price. But I don't think that's not the issue anyway. The issue is literally people being afraid of voicing an obvious and honest opinion, especially if it's a negative one, due to fear of losing out on access, being involved, all that kind of stuff, because you need it. You have to be the first. Access media is fraud. As long as it's an honest review. Yeah, but can you be honest if you are relying on getting that early access? Because money, especially on YouTube, is made in the first 24 hours of a video being released. And if your release video comes like days after all the others, you're going to get drowned in the algorithm. You're not going to be seen. You have to be there first. So how can it be honest? I don't think it can ever be honest in that way. Well, of a price, you're correct. Most influencers just say what they know people want to hear, good or bad. Or they're basically being paid to say good and not to dare mention bad. Yeah. And I don't think you can. Like in data protection law, it's a big issue if an employer says, I have the agreement of my employer to use their data like that. It's a big issue because how do you prove that? The power balance is completely skewed toward the employer. An employee can rarely ever freely agree to something. It's just not there, you know? You suffer no permanent damage. Let's go and do that. They should make those contracts probably before they're allowed to make a review. I don't even think they need to have contracts. It's just, if you want to have, wait, real quick, let's pause this discussion because we are about to finally do what this stream is about. Form our ogre empire. So let me disband my armies. Let's check out our empire title. How do I not have that title? What? Okay, we need to make everyone a little bit angry here at home. We need money. Okay. Let me unpause for a second, just so the game can continue on here. How do I not get Kultiras? Dang. They still exist. Okay, but we can create another title. We can create the Kingdom of Mechanom. And it's fairly cheap too. So we're going to go do that. So we have the Clan of Mechanom now. That's great. And let's check back in. We're only missing money. And we're missing what? Okay. Let's get that. Everyone, please contribute. We're just tanking our house unity right now. Just tanking the house unity. 150, we're nearly there. Just gotta fleece everyone a little bit. There we go. Create title. Create. We done did it! We done did it. Holy War doesn't give the title. Have to usurp or make. If you take everything and nothing is left, you get the title, I think. What does usurp mean? And what's the difference between usurping a title and creating a title? Usurping a title means you take the title from someone who already holds it and has it, because you have more legitimate room of that title now under your control than they do. And create a title means making a title that doesn't already exist. If you look at the title view here, like all these solid ones already exist. These you could usurp. All the red ones don't exist. You could create, basically. We done did it, folks. The goal of this stream we have set out to achieve, we have achieved it. And it's 5 hours in. No, I'm sure if you get all the lands entirely destroyed and you have to make it again. That might be. That might be. Holy Wars also basically give you all the stuff. So that would make sense. Sorta. Let's go ahead. I want to keep Borealis. But everything else goes to our son and champion. Well, not everything, but we have a lot of kids who still need titles, so let's go dish some out. Kultiras is now owned and operated by ogres. Alright, the Grand Clan of Kultiras. We've done it. And the Admiralty of Kultiras sits there. Hey, would you like to be my vassal? I don't think they will. We're still in the Union. Yep, you just can't create it. You can be in it. We already had empires in here. You can also join them. You just can't create one. Appoint a tax collector. Oh no. Let's put in the dragon. At least we don't have to appoint another one anytime soon. I think we start needing another tax collector. We might have more people that we don't collect now. Congratulations to the Emperor. All hail Emperor the First, Emperor of Kultiras. Thank you. Thank you so much. We could leave the Union, but we're definitely not gonna. Alright, but with that, honestly, I think we're good for today. We have done a lot. Today was a wild stream. We haven't had so much movement, so many people coming in, so many people joining the discussion, so many people joining the Discord, so many people gifting gift subs, or so many gift subs being gifted. I don't think I've ever even seen that so much. Now we conquer France. Just go find Frostmourne. All great suggestions for the next Crusader Kings 3 WarCraft 2 Guardians of Azeroth. I mean, look at how little land we have. Look at how little we control. Look at the Calderai over there. That chunker of an empire. Like, there's still a lot of work for us to be done. The Eastern Kingdoms need be taken eventually. We still have a lot ahead of us here, I think. I don't quite know if I have any more direct goals, but, you know. Having Kultiras be Ogre is also kind of fun already. It amuses me a little bit. Yeah, but we're gonna be finishing up for tonight. Let me find a raid target, maybe. I think we're gonna go pay it forward tonight. And everyone who isn't yet a follower, consider following. And everyone who isn't yet in the Discord, consider the Discord. Maybe join us. Also Monday, we have a long stream on Monday. 8 hour stream. Long stream. CK3 Tokshin. That's a PNG tuber or a VTuber. Those always scare me a little bit, I must say. We rage Holy War in France as well as a safe measure. We rage range everyone basically. Alright. So Nordic the Norse. We could go check out Stellaris. Over with Shenrir, who's not even playing Stellaris anymore. But he was a good lad, and it's a large channel. He's looking at train footage right now. That is perfect for ending the day. Let's go raid, and we'll raid Shenrir. We have been there before. And thank you so much all. Hope to see you in the next one. And have a good rest of your day and evening. It was really fun. Had a good time. Hope you had too. See you then. Bye bye.